Okay. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to your Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas Full Commission meeting. We have two parts of the commission meeting. One is the planning and zoning, another is the full commission meeting. It is the regular session. Today is September 28th, 2023. And before I call this meeting to order, I want to announce that some commissioners, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom, by phone, or on site. All participants joining by phone should please mute their phones when not speaking to avoid any background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak, so the public that is observing knows exactly who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from our Kansas Attorney General's office. Also, when you speak, please make sure you speak at an audible level so you can be heard, so your comments can be captured for record by our clerk. I'll now call this meeting to order. Clerk, roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites.
Here.
Davis.
Here.
Bynum. Here. Burrows.
Here.
Townsend. Here. McKiernan.
Here.
Ramirez.
Here.
Johnson.
Here.
Kane. Here. Markley. Here. Garner.
Here, thank you. Tonight's invocation is going to be given by Stella Ruiz of the Oak Grove Christian Church, followed to me by the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll ask everyone to please stand.
Shall we pray? Precious Creator, we come before you offering our thanks for bringing us together. As we prepare for this meeting, we ask that you would be with us. May everyone's thoughts be led by you, and may the conversations be inspired by you. Help everyone to listen to one another, seek your will and outcome for this meeting, and be open to change or what is best for this community. Please grant us wisdom in times of uncertainty and clarity in times of confusion. Lead us to solutions and help us strengthen as a cord that binds us all together. In your precious name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor. That invocation. Clerk, are there any revisions to tonight's agenda?
Yes, Mayor, there was a blue sheet issued adding an item under the mayor's agenda, item number 9, a resolution regarding the community identification program. Those are the only revisions.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to the mayor's agenda. As some of you probably heard, I issued 3 vetoes. Basically, they all have it revolves around our budget and some of the increases. One of the commitments I made to this community when I became mayor is that I would continue to fight for a streamlined government, for efficiencies, for lower taxes, and to find ways that we can responsibly provide essential services. What I found my first year, I came out with several options and plans to work with this commission on to do just that. And it was rejected in my first year, which is fine. My second year, because the commission has shown me over and over again as a totality that they had no interest in any items or recommendations coming from this mayor. So I worked with a few commissioners, our administration, and our staff to hopefully provide leadership, as I'm required to do by ordinance, to give this commission several options to include the cuts and the options necessary that hopefully could give our residents tax relief. It was heartbreaking for me, my first year as mayor, to listen to people literally begging for tax relief. And then going into our second year, hearing a different group of people again begging for tax relief and fee relief. My first year as mayor, all things considered, the increase basically equated to about a 9 mil increase overall from what staff had told me. This year, with what we're looking at, is about 15 mil increase, all things considered. And that's compounded on what was last year. To me, that is totally unacceptable in a community where staff tells me again, all things considered, we're about $1 billion in debt. And I've inherited, all of us, all our residents have inherited us recognizing that we are on a pathway to bankruptcy. And so we're working diligently with our community to hopefully get this commission to at least pause and listen to the residents, the majority of them. And there's no place I can go in this town where nobody tells me that they want increased taxes. Looking at our fiscal situation, yes, I have said to the public time and time again that I know you want things, but with our budget, us looking at bankruptcy, potentially our NOAA administrator has pushed it out from 26 to 28. A lot of our needs that we have, as well as our debt, which our administrator again has told us is about 44% of our spending every year, that this community had to be prepared to sacrifice with this commission and to help this commission get us to the point to decide what the essential services needs that you wanted, as well as letting them know what was acceptable to you. When you talk about necessary cuts, we're not operating in the black. The cost of living, interest rates have gone up. The quality of life of our residents, especially in one county where we have some of the most distressed zip codes anywhere you'd find, not just in the state of Kansas, but in certain parts of the nation. And people have come time and time again and said they just can't take any more. Please give us relief, put a pressure point on taxes. If you can't lower it, consider revenue neutral and operate at the same budget level you had last year, and take the necessary cuts to operate fiscally and a balanced budget to give the taxpayer some relief. A budget was passed and there was no relief. I know that some had called me. A lot of people that I've gone to since then have reached out to me and have again pleaded with me, Mayor, we need you to act. And so I've taken what little leverage I have as mayor in this weak mayor form of government, and I've chosen to veto these items in hopes that this commission will again take a pause, again, listen to the people and take whatever time necessary in the short window that we have left to try and give our residents some relief this year, to hopefully satisfy and maybe make a difference in the quality of life for our residents, especially our hardworking families and our seniors who are struggling just to make ends meet. And you can go back and watch the videos and you can see those stories. Last year, even one of our ex-councilman, Chester Owens, came up and said, I was sitting where you are. And he asked his commission, don't do that to me. Don't do that to this community. I watched people come this year and on top of last year, businesses, and saying we can't take anymore. My fear is that if we don't take the necessary steps to do what is right by our residents, we're going to tax people out of Wyandotte County, and we're going to make it not attractive or affordable for people to want to move here or do business here. I've said it before, I don't believe that taxing, spending, borrowing, and using our reserve fund and depleting it to balance our budget is fiscally responsible and the best way to do business. I wouldn't operate my personal budget that way. Any successful businesses you find around the country, they don't operate that way. And so I've challenged our commission to work with me, but more importantly, you, the residents, to find real solutions to some of these real problems that we know have a profound impact on people's lives. And this isn't political for me. This is about people's lives. That's all it's about. And my background of being a public servant, it hurts me to know that I don't have the ability to find solutions to these problems other than sit right here and petition this commission to take a different course. And we have an administrator and we have good staff members here that are saying, you tell us what direction we need to go, and we're going to make it work for this commission. And they've told us that, and they're going to find a way to do it responsibly. So with that being said, the first item of the veto is relating to sewer charges. And as a result of this, and this is one positive that I can say, we found that there was an error to where there was going to be a 5, I believe it was % increase, when all actuality, they only needed a 4%. So the first item is that we did find savings there as a result of this veto. And so that's one good note to start off with. And I believe Commissioner Bynum had a motion.
Mayor, thanks. I wanted to add this before we address the actual veto item, that I have a motion that could alleviate the need for the override. My motion is to approve an amended ordinance of our previously passed ordinance O-105-23 relating to sewer service charges, substituting a 4% increase for the originally passed 5% with all the other provisions remaining the same, and I would make it as a motion.
Thank you. I'm going to give our administrator an opportunity to speak to that item.
When the mayor's concerns came to light, staff really looked at those numbers again and realized that during the budget process, we meant an error. In the consent decree we have with the EPA, we said we intended to have a 4% increase and inadvertently talked about a 5% increase in the budget. And in working with a few of the commissioners, saw that we could maybe avert a long discussion on override by saying, because of our intent and our contractual obligation with the EPA, we want to be as transparent as possible and make sure that we're reflecting that agreement in all the language of this budget. So instead of a 5%, we want to make sure we're focusing with all our numbers at 4%.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? There's a motion and a second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend. Aye. McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
The vote is 10-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. This takes us to the next item, which is the a veto I did of the BPU pilot. There were several fees associated with that that were, in my opinion, significant. And again, looking at relief and looking at what BPU did by raising their rates, which means the unified government is going to bring in more dollars as well. I just thought it appropriate that I veto the BPU pilot increases as well. So that's where I'm at. And before I get started, I'm going to allow public comment. Anyone would like to come forward to talk about the BPU pilot, you're more than welcome to.
Carol Yates, and I live at 4525 North 108th Street. And my concern is not only with that, but all of the increases that we're seeing with the BPU. The pilot will go up, but then, you know, even though you lowered the one you just voted on by 1% or 1 point, or however you term it, our rates are still going to go up. Water rates go up. It's just a no-win situation for consumers who can't afford it. And while we may be able to afford it, each one of you may be able to afford it, we heard from a lot of people last time who couldn't. And I think it's a travesty if you continue to increase all of these fees like you're doing. Thanks.
Those that come up, please state your name and address for record.
Hello, Alex Sanchez, 3800 Weaver Court. In terms of BPU specifically, everybody's really hurting with these bills. If you break down the cost for the actual service itself, it's very low. So the majority of that bill are fees and taxes. For people who have all their services cut off and nothing, they're still going to get on average about $150 a month bill just for the privilege of being hooked up to the system. That is ridiculous. We are getting pinched at every corner. And it is the responsibility of this body and BPU. This is also why I'm running for, I'm on a slate for BPU District 1. That's also why I'm running, because I hear too much from my neighbors, a lot of them who are retired, who cannot afford to pay their property taxes, their BPU, and God forbid they have a car and have to pay car insurance. Things are not as rosy as you think that they are. I had the privilege of getting an email from work last week that starting this week, I am operating under a 20% salary decrease. Now, you can't just expect to dip into the well because it is our money. And I guarantee you, if you started going door to door and asking the residents about whether or not they want their BPU rates increased, 100% are going to say absolutely no. There's a lot of things that can be done internally, structurally, organizationally to streamline, to operate more efficiently. That's what businesses do, and that's what government needs to do. This is a no-brainer, but to have to come back here, because after hearing all that was spoken at the last meeting, the audacity to go ahead and approve the increase anyways
You have 1
is a
minute
slap in the
remaining.
face to Wyandotte County residents. At least 2 of you had the guts, and Mayor Garner, to stand up for us, and we thank you. So it's time to get a backbone and make hard decisions that have to be made. That's why you are here, not to dip into our pockets every time it gets rough. Thank you.
Ryan Parker, 1040 Edwardsville Drive. Not much to say about the pilot. I see it as a tax, not called a tax. I believe it's taxation without representation. I'd like to see it sunset. Needs to go away. We need to figure this out better. BP is pretty shisty. You got to watch them all the time. I moved into a home with septic and they charged me for sewer till I called them out. And then I found out they do that to everybody on septic. So, you know, they're shisty. The pilot needs to go away. It's taxation without representation.
Is there anyone that else like to speak?
Susan Eubanks, 208 South 110th Street in Edwardsville. And I am going to be retiring in 3 weeks. I'm 69. I've worked past when a lot of people do. I have paid my house off with the intention that I could still afford to live there after I retire. And for all practical purposes, I still have a house payment of almost $400. That's just my property tax. And I'm going to be tightening my belt a lot. And I just don't know what the end game is here. If this is going to happen every year, I've lived there 25 years. I have been a productive, law-abiding citizen. And, do you want us to have to leave the community and get somebody else in? I love Edwardsville and I want to live there. And so thank you for listening.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Fannie Hill. I live at 4310 Parallel. I want to thank the mayor because he's doing an awesome job in fighting for us. We don't need people who just vote. We need you to fight for us. If the vote isn't in the favor of the people that you represent, we want to know that you're fighting for us. And all we see is that you all are fighting for the UG department and yourselves. You're fighting against us. I want to thank the mayor because he's out there all weekend long, every weekend. I keep saying people stop calling on him because he'll be there. He's doing an awesome job. And then he comes in here and he has to fight with everybody. Commissioner Sykes, I appreciate you and your honesty because like you said, when they got that $10 million last year, they could have lowered our taxes, but they didn't. And I thank you for going to them with the idea of asking people if they could cut their budget. I appreciate that. At least you were considering the people because you're the only one that I've heard consider the people. Ms. Townsend, you said you would go to the state legislator about getting them to lower the mill levy. Why can't you all come together and lower the mill levy? I know you have the power to do it, but you want them to do it. That doesn't make any sense. I wouldn't even go there and embarrass myself with you. They would probably wonder, why are you there and why am I there when you can, your commissioners can lower that mill levy? And I'm just asking you to try to work with the mayor, consider the people, because people are really hurting in this community. And the saddest thing I saw, I apologized to a 28-year-old. She said, I live by myself on my own, but I have to have a roommate because I can't afford to pay these BPU bills. She said, I have to. I said, I apologize to you. I'm sorry because that's happening to you and it's going to happen to your children, your grandchildren. One day, they're going to be in the same situation if you just keep skyrocketing with everything. We understand everything is going up and we understand you need
1
more
minute
money,
remaining.
but you got to find another way because the taxpayers just don't have it. But yet you all keep spending money like you got millions. I mean, you keep giving all the tax incentives. I mean, if you don't have any money, how can you afford to give tax incentives and you keep doing it? You're spending money you don't have. I mean, we can't understand how you keep spending money and telling us you don't have any and you need more from us.
Good afternoon. My name is Albert Meeks, and I live on 64th Street. My street runs directly into the back of the new middle school. And what the problem is, there's no sidewalk there. I talked to my commissioner about it. I explained to him, I've been there 34 years. And there's 4 children that's been run over by cars because they walk in the streets because I don't have a sidewalk on either side. I said, well, you can put a sidewalk on either side or speed bumps or something. And he gave me a number to call down to the street department, which he's the boss over them. He could have just did it himself. Another thing about this BPU, my daughter stayed with me from January until May. And she was just still getting high BPU bills, nobody in the residence. She lives in the town's house is on 74th Street. And everybody over there, that's why they're leaving out of that area because same thing. There's nobody in the residence, but yet and still high bills. Not right.
Robert Carl, 3420 North 67th Street. I hate talking. I don't like getting in front of people. But when I hear my friends and family back here saying that they're all struggling, I don't think I'm feeling as much as they are. But I know people that are. I have seen people come onto my property just looking for a place to park, just to stay, because they can't make it. Yeah, they might be drifters in the area and that's what they do. But it also goes to show to a deeper problem that the community has. There's just too much taking from the people. It's not that hard. It's really not that hard. You all balance your own budgets. Y'all see your ins and outs. All we're looking for, y'all are our representatives. You're supposed to act like we do, managing the ins and the outs, managing and balancing it properly. The less government we have, the stronger the community will have. But I see a burgeoning and a ballooning of government. It just keeps growing. To the mayor's point, I don't know you, but I like you. I've liked what several of y'all have said. Different ways y'all can look at the budget, but then you punt the can. I'm disappointed in some of you. I'm trying to get to know y'all. Why aren't you listening to us? That's why we put you here. We put you here to listen to us, not to listen to bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is the product of government. It is not the product of the people. And I wish y'all would just start listening more. Take it to heart. Take it to heart that people do suffer.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Appreciate it there, clerk lady. Just want y'all to know that we're all children of God. We should all see each other that way. We should all be taking care of each other. It's not the government's job to take care of us. It's the government's job to take care of the basics, and the community takes care of the rest. You want to fix that budget? Go back to the basics with government and let the community take care of the rest. Where the chips fall, that's where they fall.
I'm Marie Jordan Hodge, and I live at 2724 South 79th Street. I don't really know what I'm going to say, but I feel like I need to say something. I think it's so unusual for the mayor. He does not want to raise taxes, but we have other commissioners that want to. And I think that we all need to make sure that we vote those commissioners out. You know, and keep our mayor in. You know, I'm married, but my husband and I, we've only been married 8 years, and he's 85 and I'm almost 80. So both of our spouses passed away and we got married. We met each other in church. But it's very hard for me to pay the taxes and the insurance and the BPU and the water, the electric. I just can't imagine. I mean, each one of you all, if you've got a budget, you have to live, I have to live within my budget. I can't go to you and say, I want some money. You know, I have to live within my budget. And I think you guys need to live within the budget also. And like I said, I didn't know what I was going to say, but I felt like I needed to say something. So I thank you, and thank you, Mayor.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bonnie Smith. My husband, Ricky Smith, is running for commissioner. And BPU is not the only bad problem. It's the property taxes. They're horrible. We got these old houses and you're paying $3,000 a year for taxes. It doesn't make sense. I've had to go back to work. We retired and I've had to go back to work just to pay BPU in the summertime. I work at Washington High School and I've been cussed out. I've been almost hit daily. The kids are horrible, but I have to put up with it because the bills are so high in the summer until I have to work. And it's just not fair that we have to live this way. And again, about the pallet, as a guy said, it's not just the pallet. It is a big problem. But the pallet needs to be dropped and the property taxes need to be dropped on these old houses. Because half the houses are not even worth what we're paying for every year. And it's just bad. I hate getting up in the morning to go to that school. Because the kids don't respect you. They don't respect the teachers. But again, it's what I have to do to pay my bills every month. So we need help really bad. I don't know who all on the panel that's not understanding this, but you guys really need to get together and try to help Wyandotte County.
Uh, my name is Abraham Orr. I stay off of 32nd and Parallel. So yeah. BPU. My first question is, do you hear the heart cry of the people? Do you see the tears that fall aimlessly from their eyes? Because this is truly pain. And I just speak for my wife and I. It seems like the bill would just keep going up and up. And the crazy thing, we try to contact them and we can't get a voice. It's like they're running and ducking at the same time. They want your money, but they don't want to have a conversation with you. Their conversation, if you don't pay your bill, the stuff will be cut off. So once again, do you hear the heart cry of the people? Do you see their tears?
How's everybody doing this evening? Anthony Adair, 2212 North Fifth Street, product of the community, Wyandotte County. Graduated from high school here, lived here predominantly all my life, lived in 10 different states, working restaurant, retail business, district manager, general manager. By far, this is the only city that I know. I love it, it's my home. That I know that there's only one utility company. You go to Texas, you go to Arizona, you go to other states, they got multiple companies that you can choose from, where it's not monopolized by just one company. And people can make choices on what company they want to go with, the company they don't want to go with. But here in Wyandotte County, BPU, that's all we got. And they know that. So what they do, they take advantage of us. They raise taxes when they want to raise taxes. They put little tidbits in, again, taxation. It's another way around the loophole of it. And they expect for us to just accept it and say, okay, oh, it's another BPU charge at it. We're just going to roll with it. I mean, I don't understand why we don't have a second choice. Why is there not another utility company that we can bring into Wyandotte County to combat the difference? It's called competition. It's called competition. Competition. Let's get another company in here that's going to come in and take care of the people's needs versus stealing from them, robbing them. It's just like when we have these freak rainstorms, or all of a sudden we have a wind that comes in that's 40 miles an hour, but everybody's utilities off in one area for what, 14 days? So is there a discount on our utilities being off that long? During the summertime when we have these blackouts, is there a discount on us for our utilities being off 24 hours or 72 hours?
1 minute remaining.
No, there isn't. There are other choices out here of utility companies that we can bring into Wyandotte County that's going to work with the people and help the people versus hurting the people. And you guys have that power in your hands to invite other utility companies to come in here and make a difference. It's in your hands. All you guys got to do is vote on it. Rubber stamp. That's it.
Roxy Armstrong, 6541 Donahue Road, Kansas City, Kansas. That gentleman is kind of right. I mean, y'all do have the power. Is that the problem? Too much power without thought? Yet last week, I ran into 3 different friends, 3 different times. I mean, there was only 3 people. Each one, that's the first thing they said. How are you doing, Roxy? You're a widow. How do you get through it? Actually, they say, I can't. They're talking of leaving. People are going to leave here. Good people. I think it's sad. I kind of feel like some of you guys need to think and be ashamed about what you're doing and think about what you're actually doing to these people. I don't know if you really understand how much depth that is causing. It's causing depression. When you can't pay your bills, I have to say I'm fine. I'm going to be fine. I know I am. But I know too many who are not. I know a lot. I hurt for them. Mayor, thank you. Thank you for deciding to do this. Mr. Burrows, Mr. Stites, thank you. I really do feel like you guys are thinking about what you're doing. There's so many things that need to be paid, going back and have other, there's a lot of people that need to pay their past property taxes. What is it? Somebody was saying today, I heard like 72 pages of unpaid property taxes in this county alone. How in the world can that many people
You have 1
not
minute remaining.
be paying their taxes and get away with it? What is the deal with that? I don't understand that part. There are other cuts I know that can be made. I know that you guys can dig down and find those problems. It may take a bit, but I know that y'all can do it. That's your job. That's what you were voted in to do because somebody had faith in you that you could do this kind of thing. We all have to do hard things in what we do. And it's hard, but we have to do something. It can't go on like this. It's awful. Thank you very much.
Ma'am, if you would, could you come to the mic, please? Thank you.
They didn't tell us. I work in the kitchen. And they did not tell us. And it's bad. It's really bad. Teachers are sick, the kids are sick. And we found out probably just last week, and it's been going on for almost a month. Not that you would care, but I'm from Arkansas and my brother has a mansion somewhat. He has 5 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms. And my brother told me he has never had a 200, he even has 2 air conditioners. He told me he has never had a $200 light bill. I just want y'all to know that. He's never had a $200 light bill.
Is there anyone else?
Phil Lopez, 54080 Osage Avenue. I feel the pain. Feel the pain for all my neighbors with their BPU bills. Here's the thing is there's too many suckhead plays that are being made. Just wrong plays. And our money's just being misused completely. And I watched the whole BPU meeting with you guys. I mean, it's like, I almost wanted to say, like, hail Hitler, it was just, we're being held hostage and Is there, I mean, are rates going up because they want to set themselves up for another ridiculous raise? I mean, the management, oh my God. I mean, I looked at their money with, you know, their salaries, and I look online and having to look at Power and Lights or Evergy, whatever. I mean, it's, wow, our GM's making a lot more than Evergy's GM. It's interesting, like a lot, and they're a lot bigger than us. But yeah, it's just, you know, and I feel really bad for these elderly people that just can't. I mean, they have to go get greeting jobs at Walmart just to pay their BPU bill and their medication. That's just, the whole thing is just we just got to kind of figure out square one again, because this is just like so far out of hand. It's not even funny anymore. I feel sorry for my neighbors. I mean, I don't know how many times I just like, hey, I'm going to pay your BPU bill just because they don't want me to, but I'm like, yeah, but I'm not going to let you suffer, especially in this heat. But I mean, are we going to be held hostage just constantly? And it's basically
1
what
minute
it's come down
remaining.
to. So, thank you.
My name is Shelley McCann. I live at 7933 Roswell Avenue. I think the pilot fee should be dropped, but would someone sorry?
Continue.
Could someone explain what the pilot fee is and why we have it? What's it for and why? I don't know what it is. Do you all know what it is? Do you understand it? Do you all understand it? We don't know what it is, and why do we have it? Would somebody please explain that to us? Which one of you commissioners can do it? Kane, can you do it? You're my commissioner.
You're up here to talk about this. If staff wants to answer that question, staff will answer the question. No, I'm not passing.
We're going to have order here. Just ma'am,
Huh?
just staff or somebody can answer that question, or one of us will answer that question after everybody has the opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Joe Kahar, 10550 Riverview Avenue. I live in Edwardsville, Kansas. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but one of my neighbors said something about taxation without representation. And Edwardsville residents, we pay this pilot fee, and this tax, they say it's a pilot fee, it's a tax. It goes into the Kansas City, Kansas General Fund. We cannot vote on any representation from BPU. When I go to the polls, I have no say in this whatsoever. But every person up here, this body, you can get rid of this for Edwardsville at least. But you've known about this since last year, that this money is going into the KCK budget, but it's not going into Edwardsville. And it was not budgeted. It was about $500,000 in money. And we're like, well, we didn't account for that in our budget, so we'll talk about it next year. Next year came and gone. We had a budget. We're still paying a tax that is going into another city's budget. That makes no sense to me. I don't understand it. I can't vote for anybody. I can't vote anybody out. I mean, I have two people up here that represent me, and they're doing a good job. And there's nothing I can do to have a say in this. It's really disappointing that this is a body that knows about a tax that is being taxed to another city that's going into their fund. It's inexcusable from the citizens in Edwardsville. Why are we paying somebody else's bills? If this was happening in KCK and you had a say in it, if you were paying a tax that went to Edwardsville, you had a say in it, you would stop it the second you found out about it. I don't know why it's continuing. I hope that it stops. What several people came up here and said, there's a lot of people hurt. That's very evident. I see it every day in my job. There's more than just a BPU pilot. Maybe there's a way we can think outside the box, come up with some solutions. come up with some cuts.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Something that we can do, if we can find some inefficiencies as a body. Just some tax relief. A lot of old people, I've been out campaigning, I'm running for the Community College Board of Trustees. There's 4 spots and 11 people are running. That's how upset this community is. I don't know why somebody want to run for board of trustees on community college. 11 of us are doing it because we're hurting that bad and we want to represent this community a little bit better. Please consider lowering this pilot, getting rid of the pilot for Edwardsville, lowering it, helping the citizens out where you can, finding inefficiencies, and lowering this mill rate if you can come together as a body and find common solutions. Thank you for what you do. I know it's not easy setting up there. You have tough decisions. It's not easy making cuts, but when times are tough, we got to tighten up the belt. We got to cut spending. Thank you, guys.
Was there anyone else in the audience?
Miles Van Weber, 2709 South 79th Street. You know, I look at the board or commissions, whatever you call yourselves up there. Every one of you probably ran on the, you're going to lower taxes. How many of you have done that? Anybody? Where did you lower my taxes? I paid taxes for over 60 some years in this county. Taxes never gone up, Tom. Up, not down. Nothing's been reduced. Sales tax, nothing. So when are you going to do your job, gang?
Wanted to clarify, are there going to be any open comments for general comments, or is this the time to do it tonight? Because mine's going to maybe sound a little bit out of left field, but
Well, they're not general. They have to be related to the matter at hand.
that's why I'm asking. Typically in these sessions, you have an open comments section,
That's not for this session.
not for tonight.
That will be next month, yes.
Okay, sounds good.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak about this matter? Okay, clerk.
I tailored what I wrote down today towards what am I seeing from my taxes?
Ma'am, we
So I
need your
keep that
name
in
and
mind.
residency, please.
My name is Jessie Villarreal and I live at 4045 North 67th Street. You say you want people to move here. I moved here in April of 2022. Since then, I've been pulled into a battle to preserve the character of my neighborhood and keep my property safe. I've been forced into a lawsuit to keep a Johnson County developer from literally tearing up my property. Since then, the decision last September, I have endured harassment, intimidation, threats to people on my property. And while I'm grateful for the thoughtful consideration that the commission put into denying his rezoning request, it's become obvious that he will still ultimately accomplish his goals and turn a beautiful piece of land into one of his many rundown properties. Here have been some of my experiences as a taxpayer in trying to get my UG employees to service my needs. From day one, the Director of Planning and Urban Design's office has assisted this developer to the detriment of the taxpayers in opposition. Gunnar Hand lied in front of the commission when he was asked if there were any violations on the property. He also was not required to hold a neighborhood meeting until after this man completely altered his original plans. Mr. Hand, at the request of the neighbors in opposition, also gave us a list of names that we could gather for a protest petition. But after getting those signatures, we were told the day of the commission meeting that the petition was denied due to not having the proper signatures. At every turn, we've been on the defensive to preserve the character of our neighborhood, despite being as proactive as we can possibly be. I met with my commissioners, and to their credit, they listened, but our tax dollars should be supporting a government that can be held to its own codes and ordinances. We had to do our own homework to find the code that stated if the developer didn't start work within a certain period of time, that variance was null and void. Mr. Hand tried to say that that was not the case and even cited an incorrect code to me and my neighbors. But when we quoted the code, the correct code, all of a sudden he changed his mind. And this is not speculation. This is from public records we requested. We saw the conversations where he admitted to his coworkers to giving us the wrong
1 minute
information.
remaining.
If we didn't spend hours of research educating ourselves, the man whose our tax dollars go to pay his salary, he would have gotten away with it. And maybe the most disturbing part is up until this recent time, he's not even lived in this county. I believe that's a requirement, a BPU requirement, in fact. So now he has a rental property address, I guess, but he also has an address that he's claiming he lives at down the road that's a vacant property. Oh, and wait, it's being have work performed on it with a permit that expired in 2021. So I'm going to skip through some of this other stuff because I think you get my drift since I don't have any more time left. What I want is support from a county, but a county that deliberately works to work against us. And no matter what happens with our taxes, remember that the needs of the taxpayers are worth something. And when we come to you for the needs of our property and our lives and our safety, that's what we expect. We expect these high taxes to go towards that.
Your time
So
has
are our needs
expired.
worth anything? Are they worth $460 million? Because that's what I've experienced over the last 18 months of living in Wyandotte County.
Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, we're going to close the comment for the room and we'll go to clerk. We have anybody online?
Yes, Mayor, we do. Our first speaker is Louise. Louise, you need to unmute and you can speak.
Yes, this is Louise Lynch from Kansas City, Kansas. First, I want to say to all of my fellow citizens here in Kansas City, Kansas, what we're talking about here is not new. All of these commissioners have heard these stories over and over. They don't care. They are not going to go along with what's best for the people. I want to thank Tom Burrows and Chuck Stites for going against the grain at the last vote. But the rest of these commissioners up there, I want you to take a good look at them. They don't care about you. And the only way you're going to change this is to vote them out. We have the ability to change 5 of these seats. We need to do it. I have a unity rally at Rosedale Park this Saturday between 2 and 5. There will be burgers and hot dogs served. And for those of the candidates that are running for an office, if you have not been personally invited by me, because I am putting this on as a person, you are not welcome to come, or we will have you escorted out. It is time we give the power back to the people. Enough is enough. The rates of BPU, the pilot, the taxation, the mill levies, all this garbage is garbage. Offering to give us a dime or nothing and vote to raise our taxes, vote to raise the pilot, vote for all of this garbage is nonsense. Seeing people in the street doesn't matter to you. Well, guess what? It's time for election and you all need to go. My commissioner, Mr. Ramirez, needs to be gone. And all of you that voted against the people, time's up. Meet me at Rosedale Park this Saturday, 2 to 5 p.m. at the shelter. Come together, put your partisan disagreements aside, ethnicity aside, whatever other aside.
1 minute
It is
remaining.
time that we as the people take this county back. Give the mayor what he needs to put this county back in the right direction. Because these people up here don't care about you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stevie Wakes. You'll need to unmute. Go ahead. Mr. Wakes? Mr. Wakes, we're unable to hear you. Mr. Wakes will come back to you. Our next speaker is Cece Harlan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Please say your name.
My name is Cece Harlan. I live in Wyandotte County. The first thing I want to say is I'm so proud of Wyandotte County residents for showing up and speaking and having a voice. So many times we come and there's not a lot of people there. So I'm glad for the crowd that we had tonight and the fact that you had enough bravery to get up and address your government. I want to reiterate that you have the power over both of these boards. You own BPU. So assert that authority and that ownership over BPU, and that's where you will get your change. I'm going to reiterate what everybody else said, is vote these people out who are already on the ballot to be voted out. And the ones who voted against or voted for raising the taxes, despite what people said, recall these people. Get them off the board, because when you sit on that board and say you're going to represent the people and then don't, that should be malfeasance if it's not. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Donna. You'll need to unmute and identify, please.
Donna Henderson Hoyt, Cernich Group. I have been a leader in my community for many years. I have fought and stood up to support my community. Last year, you guys had sent out a budget plan to try to see who could balance your budget. And my question to the commissioners and to mayor was, how many people submitted that budget and how many were able to balance that budget? Because I balanced that budget. It was difficult based on how you manipulated the questions and the answers. And when somebody chose to cut some spending or adjust for spending, you manipulated that system by telling people negative impacts on that. But it can be done. We need to be responsible. Like many have said, tighten your belts, make some tough decisions, and stand up and support the community. The services that we should be receiving as taxpayers for that Wyandotte County are null and void. Animal services, our community has fought. We don't get the support from animal services. Cut that or do something about it and enforce the fines, the fees, and start collecting on some of that. That will bring in an extra revenue stream. Number two, your codes, fines, and fees. I've got buildings and properties in my community for decades that have gone to pot, where we have constantly tried to get help, and it's no change. If you would levy these fines and fees that are on the books for these people that don't take care of their property, you would have another revenue stream. But instead, your employees don't do anything. And then the same with your building inspections and permits. You have inspectors who do not go out and do their job except from their home. You have contractors who know the rules and the systems and get away with it and avoid it by not paying those permit fees and fines. That is revenue stream that you guys could be pulling in money from. And instead of taxing our elderly citizens who are losing their homes, losing their family ancestry homes, it's sick, it's sad, and it needs to change. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Yekaterina Makarenko. Ma'am, please state your name and residence for the record.
Hi, good evening. My name is Yekaterina Makarenko and I live in Kansas City, Kansas. I came to this meeting for a different matter, but since I hear what people are talking about, I just want to say that I just moved to Wyandotte County 3 years ago. I sold my big house in Olathe and bought a little townhome here just to meet the ends and be able to send my 4 kids to a private school because I just don't trust the public schools. And now my property taxes and my bills are coming higher and I need to come up with extra $300 a month to pay that. Even like I'm paying for public schools, but I don't trust them. Okay, my kids go to private school. My husband and I are finding ways to make that extra money, but I have a neighbor, she's a single mom of 3, and I don't know where she would go for that extra $300 a month. I mean, it's huge. And if there are families who can find a way to make more money, meet the ends, there are still some who will deteriorate. The parents will spend more time working, trying to pay their bills. The kids will go unattended, and the community will just go worse and worse. And I can feel it. Like I look at my neighbors, the kids are always on the streets playing together because their parents are at work. And those kids, they are neighborhood house like that. What is it called? Forgot it. Sorry. But the windows got broken, stuff gets broken because kids are unattended. Parents need to work. And the more taxes, more bills they need to pay, the worse the community is getting. If we need to fight for the community, for our kids getting better, for better future for the neighbors, then there should be something done to help those people with their taxes and bills by lowering them. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan Stevens. Ma'am, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Susan Stevens. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
My address is 4018 Silver Avenue. And I want to echo what one of the other residents said. She was talking about how when we're, how we're on the verge of bankruptcy and how can we be affording to give tax incentives to big businesses here. And I've said this before, I mean, in different ways. And when we're trying to look at how to make the ends meet, there shouldn't be developers and businesses being able to come in here and not just pay their fair share of taxes. And I think that if we were that if they were paying, I think and nobody was getting, and no big businesses were making huge profits and then getting a free ride here, I honestly think that would help solve a huge amount of our issues. And I really think we need to put people first. If any businesses don't want to be here, if they can't get a free ride, then let them go and let's invest, into our private, our not private, our small businesses and family run businesses who could maybe do more business here if they weren't pushed out by the big conglomerates. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stephanie. Please state your name for the record. You may go ahead.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Barton, and I live in Wyandotte County. I have a question for the board. Is it big business or the community? There will be no community if these oversights by our commissioners are not stopped. I'd like to thank the mayor for standing up against these increases that are directly harming our people. More of the same will never fix the problem. Asking the same people who caused these issues to fix these issues will get us nowhere. You violated the public's trust by putting big business before our community. It is now our duty to hold you accountable by putting people in these positions that will work for us and not against our best interest. And I'm praying for a change of heart and some compassion for all those who have spoke tonight and who feel like they haven't been heard all the other times that they've spoke. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stevie Wakes. Sir,
Can you hear me now?
we can. Go
Oh,
ahead.
wonderful. Thank you, Clerk. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. After the revenue neutral meeting, I approached the city manager who was recently appointed to serve, and I understand that he is still learning and going through the budget. And unfortunately, his job is to review and help develop a budget that I personally do not believe that he has had the time to determine what cuts need to be made to balance our budget. only he can speak to that. However, if a few of our commissioners, I'm talking about a few commissioners, and you know who you are, could stop fighting our mayor and try to work with him and our new city manager, then I believe that the real work can begin to bring necessary relief to our hurting citizens who need to be heard and need relief from the tax burden and increased rates upon us. As a citizen here of almost 40 years who married and raised a family here, I feel the pain. And that is one of the reasons why I agreed to run for the first district of the Board of Public Utilities. And I pray that that we could stop the infighting and that we could understand what our real issues are and try to address them for the sake of our county, for the sake of our government, for the sake of every citizen who's out there hurting right now. And I believe that you can do it. And you just need to put forth the effort to do so. Thank you so much.
Mayor, we have no other hands raised at this time.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone that spoke. Commissioners, is there a motion? Commissioner Bynum?
Thank you, Mayor. A couple items on the veto of the BPU, and I believe the item speaks to the pilot. I think you explained that. Just a couple of comments. The increased revenue, at least yesterday when you and I were meeting with some other commissioners and the administrator about this item, I asked you if you were referencing the pilot rate, and you said yes, and that the part of the reason was because the BPU rates had increased and therefore we were taking in more revenue from the pilot. But the committee that worked with me to bring the pilot relief program had identified that as the way that we were going to fund that program. That pilot relief ordinance passed at standing committee Monday night, and I believe is on the agenda for this evening. So I just wanted to make that point. Another point I would like to make is that I think there are a number of us willing to work with the administrator, and I believe the administrator is working with the general manager at the Board of Public Utilities to find ways to at least remove the fees that are charged on the utility bill off of that bill and into some other way. So I think a lot of us support that. I'm sorry. That came up in the joint meeting that we had held with the BPU board members and their general manager. And I think there was consensus to work to move those fees off of the bill. But the point is, many of those fees are user fees, and such as the sewer charge and the trash. And we can move them off of the utility bill. And I think there's a lot of support for finding a way to do that, especially in light of making sure that non-payment of one of those items doesn't cause a disconnection. The point there is simply that if we do that, we simply must find another way to bill for those fees. And we just need to be, this is another area that requires complete transparency on the part of the unified government. You have for example, you have a monthly trash fee. If you do not pay that on your utility bill, not every community collects their trash fee in that way. There are communities here in the metropolitan area that, for example, send you your annual trash bill in January and it's due in full. I'm not sure that I would support that because I don't know what our community looks like if the bill comes in January for the entire duration of the year and it's difficult to pay. Therefore, now your trash is not getting picked up. So we have a lot of work to do to solve these problems, but I think that we have administrators, a mayor, and commissioners willing to look at that. So I did want to make that really clear. And I have one more thing, Mayor. Regarding the pilot. When the committee that I worked with to bring forward the resolution to provide pilot relief for the targeted population of the older adult community within a certain annual income range. We brought forward that presentation in May. I worked with several members of the community. We worked with staff to bring forward the proposition again that is on our agenda tonight. But one of the things that came forward as a result of the study and research that we had done along with staff is that the pilot fee is by state law a collection of revenue, which is a percentage of the BPU's gross operating revenue. That is a state law. There is a portion of our charter ordinance here at the unified government that requires the BPU to transfer a percentage of gross operating revenue to the unified government. Further study could be done in these two areas such that, as many of you have said and requested, there is no pilot on your bill. Because the state statute and the charter ordinance do not direct that. What they say is revenue on a percentage of the BPU's gross operating revenue. A percentage of the gross operating revenues are to come to the unified government. That's what the laws say. I would want to have further study to clarify with legal whether those laws also say, and those revenues should come from the ratepayers. Because I'm not sure that those laws say that. So that's sort of a big elephant that's been sitting in the room for an extremely long time. But that is what the state law and the charter ordinance say. So I wanted to take a minute and point that out. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. And yes, Commissioner, to hit on I guess the comment you made involving me. Yes, I do know that resolution to hopefully give some pilot relief to our residents passed through standing committee. I didn't veto this item because of that. If you watch the BPU presentation that was given by the BPU general manager, they listed a historical graph, and I encourage everybody to go back. They really talked about the pilot and how it started and where it started from. And what you've seen is a gradual increase to 11.9%. And really, to answer anybody that's curious about what the pilot is, it's just a tax. I mean, I'm just going to call it like it is. It's a payment in lieu of tax. The unified government owns BPU. They throw that tax on there in simple terms because they know you're going to have to pay for it. You're going to get cut off. And that's just a way to collect tax dollars. And they can raise it or lower it at their whim. And so they've added additional fees on there. And that's why I vetoed it, because those fees across the board have been added to the BPU that is going to add an additional tax. When the BPUs raise their rates as a result of the pilot, you're going to see an increase. The UG is going to bring in more money as a result of that through the pilot. And so the general manager mentioned in that meeting that the pilot was supposed to have come down by past promises from previous commissions to, I believe, at or below 10%. But we haven't maintained that commitment to the BPU or to this community. And we're nowhere near where we started at when the pilot began. The equivalent of a pilot is a franchise fee for any other utility. The average franchise fee is 4 to 6%. Ours is 11.9%. So you can see where we're at, how we measure up against other utilities of the same. And so we use that as a way to just bring in more tax dollars. And I say, and I join the public here, that enough is absolutely enough. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one or two things, for those who don't believe that we don't feel what you're saying, that is not true. Maybe the way that it's being displayed now with the concerns raised by how much are valid, but it's not valid to say we don't feel that. Each one of us has to pay as well. For the person who mentioned not necessarily about the pilot, but a statement I made about taxes and assessments that was misunderstood, go back and look at the tape. Look at what our neighbors to the east, Jackson County, has just done. I talked about assessments, and I hold to that we have to investigate how these properties are assessed. This board votes on the mill levy, but what all of us pay in rates is a factor of that mill levy and what the assessed value of properties are. I want to know a whole lot more about how properties are assessed. And when my tax to your taxes are assessed, what's being compared to that? That's what we need to look at. That's what I said. That's what I hold on to. And invite any one of my commissioners. There are several who have expressed a desire to look at that more fully, and anyone else. So just let the record be clear on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I share in Commissioner Townsend's sentiment that we do need to look at our assessments. We do need to coordinate with the state to see what they could do. But as some of my colleagues know, and a lot of you know, the state gave local municipalities an option. It's called revenue neutral. So until we can get to that point, revenue neutral allowed municipalities to set the mill levy rate that would represent not allowing a property tax increase because your valuations increase. That's what's called revenue neutral. Now, we know costs go up, inflation plays into that, but what does that do? Hard times call for hard measures. You tighten your belt, you do what needs to be done to come to a balanced budget. That's what this commission has not historically done. Their fix is continue to tax, spend, borrow, and deplete our reserve funds to make up the difference. To me, again, that's unacceptable. Enough is enough. Commissioner Markey.
Commissioner Townsend's going to go first.
Commissioner Townsend.
Yeah.
Commissioner Markey.
Thank you, Mayor, again. Taught me how to add and subtract and divide. Last budget, I voted against the general budget because about 6 mills was added to reopen a fire station. And we were in a lot more red than we are now. So while that was painful, there are those of us who do realize you cannot spend more than you're taking in. So that was painful, but one other commissioner joined me in that. So again, I look forward to looking at assessments and how we can bring down tax rates. Thank you.
Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I had some communications with some of my constituents on Facebook and email, and some of you called our office, wanted to try to give you a call before then. Because this setting, in my opinion, is just not conducive to as much productivity. We actually have, there's a lot of complexity that comes with this decision. And so I would hate for one vote or 2 or 3 commission meetings to then shape how you see myself or anybody else up here. There are some things that I think kind of have been missed as far as the budget. And this is just how I see it. On one hand, I have residents that will call me and ask me for relief. Will say our fees are too high. They'll say our taxes are too high. They need to lower. Those same residents in the same conversation will ask for new curb, street, new sidewalk, all of these things that are currently not in the budget. And so I try to find the middle of what I hear, not just from a particular neighborhood or particular group, but from all of my constituents, and see where is the middle. Overwhelming, and I have all of the calls and the notes to prove it. The middle has been, Commissioner Davis, we want relief and we want improved services. We want relief and we want improved amenities. The way, Mayor,
And please, if we can maintain order, just allow the commissioner to speak and be respectful, decorum, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And so that is my perspective. Within this budget on the relief side, we have updated our senior tax utility rebate. We have updated our utility tax rebate. That's more money in the pockets of seniors. We are rolling out a new program, a BPU pilot relief program that will, for seniors that qualify, you won't have to pay the pilot. And that starts in the 2024 budget. That is the relief that we could find within this budget. But there's the other side, the improved services, right? We have 13 unions here. We have employees here. Our employees, there's no way any of us can answer your calls or provide service if we don't have adequate staffing, period. And we have lost staff, which has had an impact on the level of service and the quality of service that we have been able to provide. There's questions and some comments about developers. I ran not ongoing revenue neutral. I did not run on universally cutting taxes every year. I did not run on that. What I did run on was using my academic acumen and using arithmetic to ensure that decisions are made properly. One of the things I ran on was a community benefit ordinance. This would solve some of the very issues that folks have said, which is that we feel like development is coming here and they're not necessarily paying directly into the community. And that work is still going, and we actually have language, and was actually introduced in the mayor's economic development task force. I'm also working with Churches United for Justice to bring forth an affordable housing trust fund, because again, I hear the cries for relief. I hear the cries for relief, and we need real legislation to push that forward. I say all this to say that on the expenditure side, we have police, we have public works, we have fire department, we have a parks and rec that has been underfunded for years. We have the DA's office, the sheriff's office. We have over 30 departments here in the unified government, because we are consolidated county and city, that all provide services that you all have asked us to provide. And so that is why I'm not for revenue neutral. And before I stop my comments here, I do have a question for our staff. When do we need to adopt this budget? What is the state statute? What's the deadline?
Well, I believe
Tomorrow?
I believe it's tomorrow. They have to notify
Tomorrow?
the state
Okay.
of the mill levy.
Okay. So that's the other side. The deep dive that you all are asking us to do, our county administrator, who got here 6 months ago and has done a phenomenal job, including reducing the debt by $3 million in this budget. In just 6 months, he's been able to do that. We're just getting started with his tenure. We're just getting started. I know that is not the answer that many of you are looking for, but I feel like before voting, I at very least owe you an explanation. At the very least, and I'm ready to talk with you as long as you're respectful, as long as you're not trolling, as long as you're here to have a real conversation. I'm ready. We can disagree all day, but I want to go home just like you want to go home. I have a family just like you have a family. I have family members that are complaining to me about the same issues that you're complaining to me, and they're asking both for relief and improved services. We are trying. I am trying. We are trying. With the state of Kansas, revenue neutral has not been beneficial. for cities. There are other revenues such as the local ad valorem tax, which has not been funded for 20 years and is a state program that our state has not funded and is designed to provide tax relief. You're being double taxed by the state. And so there's more there. I'll be sharing more of that. The Kansas Association of Counties has that. But this is not ad valorem. This is not an easy decision. And at the very least, I wanted you all to hear that from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Markling.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to Commissioner Bynum for her explanation of the BPU pilot. It is complicated. I would urge you to reach out to your elected official if you want to talk more about what that is and how it ends up on your bill, because it is complicated. Thanks to Commissioner Davis for his discussion as well. I'm not going to belabor the point. We have to pass the budget by tomorrow. I think the middle that Commissioner Davis addressed for us is the flat rate budget that we have proposed. It's a flat BPU pilot and it's a flat mill levy. So for purposes of the pilot, which is the first item on our agenda, I would make a motion to override the mayor's veto.
Davis, second.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Davis alluded to it already. There is another, it is the local ad valorem tax revenue fund. That is the percentage set aside from state sales tax that is collected from throughout the state that the state legislature is supposed to provide to local governments for dollar-to-dollar tax relief, which they haven't funded since 2003. If the state funded it at $128,000, we would receive $6.8 million, which is equivalent of 3.6 mills we could reduce. If they funded it at 150,000, that's 7.5 million, which is 4.3 mills. And with just $200,000, we would receive $10 million, which would be 5.7 mills. Meaning we could take that money, do tax relief, and not have to cut anything. The state can do $200,000 because by June of 2024, we will have a $3.2 billion surplus in the state budget. So $200,000 is a drop in the bucket for the state. We as a community and as a commission need to advocate to our legislature, to our Speaker of the House, our Senate President, to fund the local ad valorem so that we can provide tax relief while not having to cut the tax, not cutting programs and services. There are avenues out there, but we need to have the advocacy to do it. So I ask you, this come in January, when our legislature comes back in session, reach out to your state reps and to your state senators and ask them to advocate to fund the local ad valorem. I'm going to do the same. I'm not going to write a letter. I will go up to the Capitol and meet with our legislators and ask on behalf of my district to fund that local ad valorem. Because if we can fund it $200,000, that is $10 million of free money we get from the state, and we can lower the mill by 5.7 mills and cut no tax, cut no programs or services. It's a win-win for everybody. And so I'm going to continue to advocate for that. And so I just wanted to make sure that those stats and those numbers were out there, and so that everyone understands that we do have another avenue to pursue. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor in a second. Any further discussion? Clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Stites.
Mayor, if I can, I want to make sure. I just want to make sure that in voting aye or nay, what that means. The motion is to override your veto. So a vote for yes would mean that you are voting to override the veto. Is that correct?
Yes, it means you're voting against my veto.
No.
Davis,
Aye.
Bynum. Aye. Burrows,
No.
Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
The vote is 8-2. The motion carries.
Thank you. If we can remain some decorum, please. Thank you. I know that this leads into the next part of we have an item number 3, which is going to be our budget. And just if I can talk a little bit about the budget, I've heard some comments being made that, you know, we have to find the middle. Well, I've been working here for over 32 years now, and I'm beyond finding the middle. I want to know where the money is. Because when I look around this town, I don't see, when you look at, and I'm going to go through and walk you through this, and this is going back to 2019, the budget increases. The budget starting in 2019 was $376 million. It went to $394 million the next year. Then the next year, 381. 420 when I became mayor was approved. The year I was mayor, 432, which is the budget we're under now. This budget that we're looking at, that this commission approved that I veto, is now $466 million. That's on top of almost close to about $90 million worth of ARPA funds that were given for COVID relief. We've had money coming into this town, and I keep asking, when you talk about good services and resources, where is that money going when there's weeds growing up out of the sidewalk? You call 311, nobody picks up the phone. And you've heard the complaints from developers trying to get something done from this government. The auditor said it, and this isn't me. What we've experienced with this is decades of questionable management. So when you talk about where's the money or where's the middle, I say, I'll take it a step further. Where's the money? And I hear things like, oh, well, next year, or, you know, let's look at the state. And I've heard a commissioner talk about, let's advocate the state. Well, this isn't the state's problem, number one. And if you're telling these people to go do the same thing to the state that they're doing with you, good luck. You're asking them to do what they're doing to you, which is to advocate for relief. And it ain't happening. So I don't think anybody would go to the state and follow you, anybody up there, when we're not even listening to the people. All I can say is that we have a budget, and I went over that with you. I vetoed this budget, and that's the next item on this veto, is the actual budget itself, which I talked about, $466 million. Again, what we've seen is increases across the boards with absolutely no relief. I know we talked about the pilot. There was an increase to pay for that pilot relief. So no matter what, it's increase across the board. And these are what the people of Wyandotte County has been telling me as mayor everywhere I go, in all four corners and everything in between. Mayor, we can't do anything. We need relief. All demographics, all backgrounds, all age groups. BPU pilot to the budget. People are saying we can't afford to live here. Businesses are telling me, and I'm trying to attract business. We've done the market study. That's not an attractive place to do business unless you give us huge incentives, which give us the farm to come here. And then when we do, most of the employees don't even want to live here themselves. So we've got huge issues. And so again, I'll open public comment. I did veto the budget. And so this is an opportunity for the public to come forward and talk about the budget, which basically is property taxes. And again, no, this commission did not raise property taxes. They did not raise the mill levy. That is the truth. That's where revenue neutral comes in, because it equates to, when your valuation goes up, it equates to a mill levy increase. And that mill levy increase brings in more tax dollars through property taxes. And this commission, just like every other municipality, has the ability to put a pressure point on that and say, we are not going to take that additional revenue from increased mill levy rates. We're going to put a pressure point on it and give you some relief. And even if we don't want to do it all, last year, they increased 2 meals on the increase. So it wasn't the whole 9 meal, it equated to about 7 meals. Still an increase. This year, they've done nothing. And for me as a mayor, that was unacceptable, especially when I've heard people in this room and across this county say, Mayor, I'm going to lose my home. And then we set codes on people because they can't fix their properties. Well, okay, they got to make a choice. Do I put a new roof on and paint my house, or do I pay my BPU, my light bill, and my property taxes? Do I put food on the table? We listened to a young lady the other day talking about how she was living off of less than $1,000 and she didn't know what she was going to do. Single mother of one. Broke my heart. Saying, don't do this to me. This commission has the ability to cut, streamline. I've done it. I've been an executive. I've done it. And you say, where do you cut? This commission, and I didn't even get involved in it because I wanted to see if this commission was going to do the things that need to be done, if they were really listening to the people. We're given options and opportunities to do just that. And they didn't take those opportunities. That's why we see increases across the board. And I know in my line of work, when I was an executive, I've been given a task. Tyrone, you cut 10% out of your budget and I need it within 30 days. I did it. Tyrone, here's your budget. Don't spend a dime over it. Don't borrow any money and don't overcharge anything. You operate in this budget. I did it. I've had to lay people off. Not that I'm advocating for that. I've had to not fill positions. I've had to not buy certain things that were wants and not needs. But when you're struggling financially, those are the hard decisions and choices you have to make. It's called shared sacrifice and it's called leadership. And that's what we are. The community voted us to lead. And I know these are hard decisions. But if we're going to get out of this mess, when you're looking at going into the red all the way up until 2028, and I don't even know what it looks like after that. I don't see any blue sky. With all the debt we have, and we keep operating as though everything is great. Let's keep spending. Let's keep building things that we don't need and buying things we don't need. Let's keep borrowing. I haven't heard one in this budget cycle, one thing that was cut to streamline and bring in a more efficient, more effective, more customer service friendly government that brought about a balanced budget, not in 2028, but could bring about a balanced budget this year or next year. I can tell you big companies, that's how they operate and they're successful. I don't know what's wrong with the unified government. So if anyone would like to come forward and talk about the budget, property taxes, this is your opportunity.
So again, my name's still Ryan Parker. I still live at 1040 Edwardsville. I like how you passed the buck to the state. That's great. I would think if you had shown us in that ARPA money that you really were engaged in tax relief, you would have showed us rather than tell us to go storm the gates of the state. You've never showed us that you want to do this in the past. So I don't know what would make me think you want to do it tomorrow, which tomorrow is a funny word from the last commission meeting. From Commissioner Bynum wants to look at things tomorrow after they're passed today. I found that highly offensive as a Wyandotte County taxpayer. As far as the middle, being a Wyandotte County taxpayer who moved out of KCK to try to help himself, I now live in a city that pays you, but you don't really do anything for me. So I just want you to cut it. I don't want you to give me nothing. How about that? Just cut the taxes. I just want the relief. You don't do nothing for me now, but take from me. So how about you just stop taking from me, quit robbing from me? I feel like you got a gun to my back. You don't give me nothing, you just take from me. That's all you do, unified government, the ununified government of Wyandotte County. I don't know why I'm talking to you guys. Obviously, I already know how this vote's gonna go. 2 against everybody, right? Why are we even, it's a moot point, but you know, hey, I'll say my piece anyways. I'll sleep at night knowing that obviously you, at the end of the day, your words are only words. Your actions speak much louder. And your past actions mean nothing to your words tonight.
I have a copy of the budget and I looked at.
Ma'am,
the
we need
budget.
your name, please, for the
My
record.
name is Fanny Hill.
Thank
I live
you.
at 4310 Parallel. I took a look at the budget and I could balance the budget from what I saw. I mean, nowhere in history is there a fire department that get more money than the police department. That budget could be cut. And then the $10 million revenue that came in last year, that our tax could have been lowered, that didn't take place. And then the ARPA fund money that came in, the $85 million. Somebody came to one of my monthly meetings and I said, who are you guys? Where you come from? They were sharp. They look like Muslim. He said, well, we're looking for the ARPA fund money. I said, well, it's not here. And you all say it's not here either. So it's somewhere. You know, I mean, there's a lot of money in the budget that I looked at could be cut because we talked about the pizza party money. I mean, that's about what, $400,000, $100,000? It's a lot of money. And I think like, we don't need a pizza party. I'd rather have my taxes cut. We pour my own pizza, you know, put that money in the general fund. And then I talked to Ms. Bynum and Commissioner about the casino money. That's a lot of money that the casino gives that's given to budget. I've been looking at that. Does anybody, do any of you look at that? I thought skating, a bike riding, a scooter thing. When I saw on there, I thought this is ridiculous and we need tax dollars. When I saw what, I said, so I can just come up with a name and say I'm gonna have a skating thing and in the community for the community, and then I can get a grant. I thought, really? Have any of you all checked into any of those things and see if they really exist or people just, I mean, I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe what I saw. I mean, it's a lot of wasteful spending. And there is no budget. Nobody go millions over a budget. When you get close to your budget being over, you stop there. But I think now really and truly, you could, I may be wrong, but I think you guys just want to keep spending the way you've been spending. And I
1
even
minute
talked to them
remaining.
about taking the tax off the tables with the developer. We need tax dollars. How can we keep giving away tax dollars and we need it? Be negotiators, negotiate with these guys. Tell them, hey, we're hurting people. We'll give you a year tax incentive until you get up and running, but you're getting rich off of this business. So why are you not paying taxes? After 2 years, your business ought to be rolling and you ought to be paying taxes. Why are we giving 5 or 10 years? I mean, it's just no negotiation going on, no budgeting going on. It's just spend, 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 spend. You know why? It's simple. Just ask the taxpayers. They have to pay it. Like I said, you got us over there. I mean, you got a chokehold on us. That's what you got. I talked to Commissioner a long time ago. I said, Commissioner, you're drowning us in Wyandotte. I said, Commissioner Davis, people's head is underwater. My chin is on the water and you pushing and you think I'm not going to fight? If I have to be here by myself, I'll be here. I'm not going to let you drown me, not without a fight.
Jesse Villarreal, 4045 North 67th. I didn't plan to get back up here, but I've got to finish what I was going to say. And I heard somebody mention the fact that permits aren't even required for people that work for the unified government. Also, developers that come in from Johnson County and need to pull permits, but don't pull permits. And even today, I was told by the permits department that they didn't have enough evidence, despite the pictures and the drone footage that I sent them of the over an acre of treed land that was cleared with no permits pulled, where this developer is going to put people on my property line to hunt. But they, after much back and forth, said, sorry, we just don't have enough evidence. So if you actually got them out of their offices to come and see for themselves on my street, which they could see from the road, but they don't leave their offices, would that be considered a revenue stream for everyone? I have dogs dumped on a regular basis at the end of my dead end road, but we have non-existent animal services in this county. I can't get my trash picked up in this county either. And lastly, it's offensive to me that people up there can't even look us in the eye when we're up here speaking. You're up here laughing at whatever text message conversation you're having. It's a good thing I don't think you're running again. And it's a good thing there's somebody running against you because it's shameful. You should look all of us in the eyes when you're going to put these people in this position.
Alex Sanchez, Mayor, thank you so much for your stance in sticking up for us and representing us. Commissioner Burrows and Commissioner Stites. The rest of you are an embarrassment. You have no ears to hear what the people who put you in your position are telling you. UG is not working. How about we disband UG and go back to the way it was because of the inefficiencies? How about we get rid of the duplicated departments and agencies between BPU and the UG? How about we let the service providers come to the commission to provide bids on behalf of trash and all the other services to deal with us directly instead of having a bloated operation that is failing everybody? I heard today that there's an excess, 40,000 pieces of property in the land bank? Turn that around. Focus on that. Focus on what you have and make it work. Instead, all you know how to do, and Commissioner Bynum, I just love that little shell game that you played as if you're actually doing something. Absolutely shameful. Absolutely shameful. My house 7 years ago was 75,000. I look on Zillow now, it's 257,000. My ad valorem from last year was 130,000. This year, it was 171,000. I think the actual figure was it went up $38,500. That is an absolute pitiful joke. Balance the budget, look at the duplication of services within the administrations. And if you cannot do that, do the county a favor and resign. And we'll get people in here that are going to do the job. I just took a 20% pay cut at work. I can't go to them and say, well, that's not good enough. I need more. There's more stuff I want to buy. Not cutting it. How about I come to you and have you vote on a salary increase for me to make up what I lost at my job? Is that going to happen? No. But thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Burrows, and thank you, Commissioner Stites. And the rest of you, unbelievable. No matter what the people here tell you, you have no ears to hear. I'm not going to, but people here have had it. And if you don't get your act together, you are going to force this county to go into receivership. Do you understand that? Do you want that? Because then you have no say. It's all the state. And yes, they're sitting on an incredible surplus at the state level.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jerry Vess. I've been a businessman most of my life in 13th and State. And this is very much upsetting to me because my taxes are to the point I can't afford an employees anymore. I've had to get rid of my employees. You know, you can't hardly get taxes in Wyandotte County. I tried to get taxes right up the street at farmers, and it's so expensive. When I told them Wyandotte County, can't do that because of the acts we have here. I've called a lot of people. Universal Construction Company's been around here for over 50 years. You know, they're planning on moving. Yeah. And then look up and down Minnesota Avenue, State Avenue, all over the city. How many vacant buildings do we have? Businesses that used to be thriving that are now empty. Years ago, we had a commissioner that come in. I was complaining about my taxes, which aren't near as high now or higher now. And he said, we got 10 businesses. We had 4 businesses closed. So we have to raise the taxes on these 6 businesses to make up for the 4 that we lost there. I said, Really? I said, well, what you need to do is you need to take a cut in salary, the whole UG government, not just you guys, until you can figure out a way to raise, to get the money back in. And he said, well, that's not going to happen. I said, what do you think you've done to us? You've cut our salaries when you've raised our taxes. I can't afford an employee. And there again, there is unified government employees that need to be fired. I know lots of people. I go to a lot of meetings, believe me. Everybody knows that. I go to them. They don't want to see me because we've had people complain about unified government. When you try to call somebody, you can't answer the phone. I've had this problem for years. Many years ago, unified government, I think you have to be paid off to get something done in our city. I really do. I had a man that I kept calling him and he would never be there. So I went to the 5th floor and I called him and they said, well, he's not here right now. Open the door and he was sitting there with his feet on the desk. Now that man needed to be fired. Years ago, I got a bill that I thought I had
1
already
minute
paid.
remaining.
And when I bought the building, I thought I paid it. So the following year, I didn't get any bills for 2 more years. All at once, I had a $7,000 penalties and interest. And I said, why didn't they send me the bill for 2 years? I'm willing to pay it. Nobody could tell me anything. Now that's unified government screwed me over. I lost over $7,000. Is that fair? Tell me. Anyhow, more vacant buildings. Go around and look how many vacant houses there are. They're everywhere. And you're the reason why.
Cheryl Yates, 4525 North 108th Street. I heard it said once that sometimes governments, politicians, you name it, those in charge of mandating what we're expected to do, sometimes they create problems. And it's obvious from the sentiments in this room and what I've seen here in this county all of the time that I've lived here. Some of you continue not to look us in the eye, but I've seen the decisions that you've all made now and in the past have created problems. So I called our commissioner yesterday, or maybe it was Tuesday, I guess, and he called me back. We had a nice little chat. I expressed my concern that he not vote against the mayor's veto. And his response to me was, well, I'm going to, you just don't know the whole story. I'm going to. And there were 8 of us or whatever the number was. We all voted, we agreed. And I said, I said, sometimes you have to stand up and be counted and not vote the way the others are voting. You need to listen to people and you need to take a different approach. So today I called the office and asked that the same message, and he told me he was the only one that ever responded, asked that the same message be delivered to all the commissioners. I got a call from Chuck Stites right off the get-go. I got a message from Andrew, and Andrew's response to me was, well, I'd like to talk to you about the relief programs that we're going to have too. And this is the concept. The problems are created by the bureaucracy, and then the bureaucracy runs in with relief programs, which end up costing the city, the governments, way more.
You have 1
And
minute
it does
remaining.
not work. You can't create the problems and then act like you're moving the shells around to give us relief. You're creating relief programs. It does not work. And we're not blind to it. I would say probably everyone in this room has figured you out. And we're asking you to change the way you're doing business. Thank you.
Marie Jordan Hodge, 2724 South 79th Street. And I like to say, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate you. Tom Burrows, I appreciate you. And Mr. Stites, I appreciate you. I don't know how the 3 of you come to work every day and work with these other folks. And I just can't imagine it myself. And the one lady there, Melissa, you amaze me. And so do you. And so do you. And so do you. And I just hope that we all have the guts to vote you out the next election time. And also, I was wondering about, we were talking about vacant buildings, and I don't know if you can answer this right now, but I wonder about the Cerner building. What a waste. I mean, is that costing us? I mean, it has to. What are we doing with the Cerner building? No answer? So, I mean, that's a multi-million-dollar building. I mean, seems like we could do something beneficial with that building. So, anyway, and Mr. Burles, I really appreciate. He's a very nice man. And just because I know him a little bit. So anyway, thank you guys.
Hey, Phil Lopez, 540 Osage Avenue. Just want to go over a couple things. I mean, this kind of makes sense in a way when you look at the numbers, why we need higher taxes, I guess. I don't know, maybe because we blew all of our money, but how much money did it cost us to get rid of Doug Bach? And then this other county administrator we hired, and then, oh, she didn't show up. She goes back and she works for KCMO. And then I have a tree service, so I do a lot of work for big outfits, but me and Steve Dunn are pretty tight. Met him a few years ago. I like him. He has no filter. He cracks me up. But anyway, he owns this Blue Hat. Well, he texted me or called me the other day, and he's like, it's funny. He's mad at me right now because I didn't take him hog hunting, but he said it's kind of funny that they sent a lady over to 8300 or our annex building to do their tags. She's got a check for $700,000 to give to Wyandotte County. She's batted away because they only do 2 or 3 tags. I mean, you're gonna turn $700,000 check away. I just don't get it. Then you got so I do a lot of work for Johnson County Waste in Kansas City, Kansas. You guys buy the same equipment I buy. Johnson County Waste buys the same equipment I buy. You guys have the same salesman. Johnson County Waste same salesman. I have the same salesman. So skid steers, what I buy big equipment, and skid steers probably about 120, 150,000. So then Johnson County Waste went to my salesman, which is your salesman, and said, hey, this is what we're going to do. We're going to buy this $120,000, $130,000 Bobcat from you, but we're only going to give you 20,000 because next year we're going to trade in for a brand new one with low hours. Then Bobcat can take it and sell it for a brand new price why can't we do that? Why are we
1 minute
spending
remaining.
130,000 on the same equipment Johnson County Waste is buying for 20 grand? I mean, I want to start my own municipality and do the same thing, but I can't. But it's just, I mean, who's doing? Why can't we go to our salesman, to Murphy Tractor, to wherever, you guys have the same equipment I have, same salesman. So anyway, that's just my taking, I mean, there's we just got to put our heads together a little bit better. Thank you.
Joe Kahar, 105 Fifth Riverview. This community is a great community. We all love it here. We don't love the taxes, but we're very diverse. We're very resilient. You have great department heads. There's several people. I know several of you, work with several of you. We have good people all throughout this community. I believe if you as a body were to cut this budget by 5% across the board, or even a little more, that the people in this community could find a way, the people in the UG could find a way to make it work. Yes, some services might be reduced a little bit, but we're gonna find ways to get a little bit more efficient, be a little more effective, save that money, like Mr. Lopez was talking about, find ways to be more efficient. Demand this of your employees and see what they come up with. You have good people here. I agree with Mr. Davis. This is not a great environment. It's us versus them. It's you versus them. This isn't great. We are all one. We all live here. This is very divisive, but we can do better. We can work together. The community and the body can work together. And that's what we're asking for, some relief. Show us, give us some hope. Please don't take it all. Just because our property valuation went up doesn't mean you deserve it. Please don't take it all. Show us, give us something. Give us some hope. I know you're going to take a deep dive, but do something now. You have the opportunity to do something right now. The mayor's given us one last glimpse. Please give us something. It doesn't have to be all of it. I really doubt we're going to go revenue neutral. I don't see that happening. We have costs. There's things that are expensive, but rely on the people, this staff, to make the cuts. Trust them to do the right thing. Make them dive deep like you're talking about doing next year. Force it to happen. Make the tough decision. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know if it's a 1 mil, 2 mil. I don't know what that is. That's for you to discuss. But this is very divisive. And we're coming saying, please work with us, show us something. We can do this. This isn't us versus them. It's not, I don't like the mayor, I'm not going to work with them. If that's the case, please set that aside and represent the people who elected you. Please do that for us. Thank you.
Good evening, Reese Tower, 709 North Sixth Street. I'm with this young lady right here. We need to, if it's possible, we get the developers department audit. If you're going to do anything with our tax paying dollars, can you please get the unified government audit from the beginning to the end so that we can actually see where our tax dollars are going to? I've also had friends that are developers that have dealt with Mr. Gunnerhan, and he has not been fair to them. They have been blocked. They have been stopped, and they're willing to come in to use their own money to build. They're not asking for the unified government money. They're not asking for tax breaks. They are from Wyandotte County and want to give back to Wyandotte County, and they have been blocked on every area. Gunnerhan needs to be held accountable because he's part of the reason why we have nothing in Wyandotte County, because he shows favoritism to certain developers. Have these people that come in, don't even live here. They make decisions by let me say it again, by him as a developer, but in reality, they don't live here. You got everybody making decisions from Wyandotte County that don't live here. We need people here that has the best interest in Wyandotte County that know what we need. He needs to be stopped. He needs to be blocked. And if he does not live here, he needs to go. We are suffering. We all suffering from the same thing. High taxes, high utilities. There's no development need to be done. They don't want to work with the mayor. You have 3 people that only come together for the community. That is sad. Bynum needs to go. Bynum she's walking around the answer, talking around the answer, but she is not for the people. Ramirez needs to go. It's too many issues, and we all have the same concerns, and they are not being addressed. It's time that we start addressing as taxpayers, the decisions that are being made. We need to start addressing those problems, and we need to get rid of people that are not in the best interest of our community. That starts with the developers department.
1 minute
starts with
remaining.
the commissioners. That starts with, even if the mayor doesn't go with us, he needs to go, but he goes with us. So at the end of the day, I am asking that you please bring back the audits, because those were shut down. Bring back the audits. Audit the unified government from the beginning to the end. If you don't do nothing else with our money, we need to see what the developers are doing, how our tax dollars are being used, what kind of tax breaks are being given. We need BPU audit because obviously there's a lot of issues with BPU, the pilot. Where is our money going to? It needs to be audited. Why does the general manager make over $300,000 a year? That's the problem. You talk about you don't know where the money is. The salaries are ridiculous in this county. You have more than one person in the same position. We got about 45 assistant county administrators. We don't need that many county administrators for one small town. You need one administrator and you need one assistant. That's it.
Your time has expired.
You got too many people getting paid way too much money off the taxpayers' back. And then I don't believe anybody out here that's over the age of 65 should not be paying taxes. They should not be losing their home. They are on fixed income. That's a problem. Then let's talk about the Cerner building, because somebody came in and tried to do some things with the Cerner building and that got shut down. Mr. Block had an idea for the Cerner building that was going to bring in revenue. That idea got shut down by our commission. Now, you may not think that we're not paying attention to what's going on, but we absolutely are paying attention. And we are going to start holding you all accountable with our tax-paying dollars. We are your boss. You don't tell us what to do. We tell you what to do. And if you refuse to do what we ask you to do, then you got to go. Bynum seat is up this year. She needs to go. If you live in our district, vote her out. Ramirez's seat is up. He needs to go. If you live in his district, vote him out. The power is in your hands, not theirs.
I don't usually do this. Betty McGill, 2762 Esplanade Lane. I am 70 years old. I'm still working every day. And I'm working every day because I can't afford my bills. And I just sold a building because I couldn't afford $6,000 a year because I sat on a corner. So I sold the building. My daughter was in there doing t-shirts. I moved her in with us. We're crowded. We're making it. But I don't. So when I shut that building down, I called BPU and I said, I want to shut the utilities off in this building, but I want to keep them at 3410 if this is on Gibbs Road. And they said, well, there isn't any utilities in that building. And I said, well, I'm standing in the building and they're on. And I thought to myself then, oh, hell, we're in trouble. So I said, shut them off then. The guy that bought the building is going to call you. Keep them on at 3410. They said, there's no water on at 3410. I said, yeah, I flushed the toilet, washed my hands several times a day. There's waters on in this building. So the next thing I know, I got a bill and they took 30% off of my BPU bill for me. Now I've been paying a bill every month and I even got my deposit back. So I even had money to the plus. I got a $13,000 BPU bill and I'm paying it $388 every month on top of my regular bills for the next 3 years. So I guess I'm not going to retire anytime soon. And I never thought that I would run for office, but I'm after that office right there, Christian Ramirez, because I've had enough is enough. Enough is enough. And I listened to what you said. You know, you tax this and you tax this and you tax this, but then people want something.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, we do want something. I've lived on my street 40 years. It's never been paved. It was never in that budget. In 40 years, my street getting paved was never in the budget. Just curious. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Burrows, and Sites.
Again, Bonnie Smith. This is my first time being here, but I will be back. So I've got to leave because I have to get up at 5 o'clock to go to work to pay my BPU bill. And my BPU bill this month is $509, just in case y'all want to know. So that's all I gotta say. I'll see y'all the next meeting.
Robert Carl, 3420 North 67th Street. I don't know if y'all noticed that the atmosphere has kind of changed around here. Went from one of people sadly pleading to then hearing y'all's response and to now people angry. I'm not coming here in the spirit of anger. I get the frustration, totally understand it. I think there's been a misunderstanding of what government's purpose actually is when it comes to the budget. There's a very basic purpose for government. We're too big. Most governments are too big. The misunderstanding, and forgive me, but Andrew Davis, you spoke right to it. There's people that are asking for tax relief, and then there's people asking for more service. It's not your job as government to provide those services. It's not. You're providing too much. And if you think you're not providing enough and then you're staying in office to pat yourselves on the back because you provided a measly little give back in a relief. Oh, wow. It's like, I'm going to go to Walmart because they got a 30% off. I'm still spending money. I didn't save anything. I spent money to get a 30% off. That's not how budgets are supposed to work either. You know, government's purpose is to provide the basics. We hear about the roads, right? If y'all can't handle a pothole, stop trying to do what churches are used to do in the past. Stop trying to do all the things that we, the people, can do for ourselves. That includes things like take care of the homeless, take care of the poor and the needy. It is a directive given to us by God to take care of our fellow brothers and sisters. It is not the government's job because the government doesn't do it right. They are a belief system unto themselves, a power unto themselves, and a God unto themselves.
1 minute remaining.
To presuppose that they have power over those to which have willfully chosen to be within their boundaries. Government exists for the people. The people are not slaves to the government. What I see here and what I hear from your understanding of government and services provided, you got it wrong. I'm sorry. You're a great guy. You're awesome. I like you. But there's a misunderstanding. I think we're from the same generation. We've been taught through school that there's a certain way government is. We got the ICC for codes. We got so many international committees, so many regional committees telling us what to do. Stop listening to them. They don't pay the taxes. People do. And the people want basic services, and the community will provide for the rest. Thank you.
Is there anyone else like to speak? Your last opportunity for this budget? If not, do we have one? No. I'll close the public comment in this building and we'll go online.
Our first speaker is ADUS. Please unmute and state your name. You'll need to unmute. Go ahead.
Yes, my name is Andrea. I am the person.
Your last name, ma'am?
To be specific, I make $900 a month. And you guys want me to paint my house now? My question is, what would each of you do? $914 a month. The only reason why I'm not physically there tonight, because I have to save the gasoline to go pick up my child from his job, because he's trying to actually help and benefit my household to be able to make those bills. You know, you guys want. What you're gonna have is have all of these vacant properties. I want to know, what are you gonna do with all of the vacant properties when we, the disabled, the seniors, the persons who can't make the ends meet? You know, a lot of people have house insurance. Is that even an affordable thing? I mean, really, guys, as far as Cerner, good job. Last week when it rained, y'all had the sprinklers on. You know who foots that bill, community? We do. Good job, I guess, on turning some of those lights off, but it's still adding up. We're still paying those bills. Just like the T-Bones when they left, who footed that bill? We did, as the community. All I want to know is, how are we to make it? You guys tell us, huh? Now we're trying to tell you the budget's got to be cut. You guys want to take from our pockets? We want you to come out of your pocket and cut it down. We can't afford it. We cannot continue going on like this. And for each and every one of you who think that we can, you're absolutely ludicrous. This is like beating my head against a frigging wall. It's sad. It's ridiculous. And I hate to see my community, the community I've raised my child in, this entire lifetime of his, to just watch it all crumble. My father didn't raise me to go out like this. He didn't raise me to be a quitter. And you know what? I'm not about to give up my family home for this, because this government, these commissioners can't understand. People are just trying to barely get by. Can we do that? Not at this rate. It's sad. It's very, very sad. We expect better. We voted you in these positions to do better for us as the people of this community. If we don't want a community, community would like to stay just that, a community. You know, we want to be amicable. We want to be able to come to our commissioners when there's real issues. And this is a real issue. Are we being heard? How many times do we have to be the mouse on the wheel that keeps going round and round and round, just spinning the wheel? It's not working what you guys are doing. I appreciate Mayor Gardner actually trying for our community. I appreciate my Commissioner Stites. I appreciate Commissioner Burrows. Even though you're not my commissioner, I do appreciate you. And I want you to know that I greatly, greatly am thankful and appreciative that you guys hear us. Now, if only all of your other persons there on those positions of seats would actually hear us. Because if so, let's not be smart about it. Please.
Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Louise. Ma'am, go ahead and unmute and state your name.
Yes, this is Louise Lynch, Kansas City, Kansas. Again, I want to reiterate to my community, take a good look at these people. And Ramirez, who's playing on his phone right now, not paying attention to what you all are saying. That's how much he takes this serious. They don't care. He needs to go. Melissa Bynum did not vote for us. She needs to go. And the rest of them, as soon as we're able to recall them, they need to go. There's a song I think about from Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes that says, wake up, everybody. No more sleeping in bed. No more backward thinking, time for thinking ahead. We have to think ahead. They've got to go. They must be replaced now with people who will listen and act on our behalf. There is so much hatred and war and poverty as in that song. It's right here in Wyandotte. Thank you, Mayor Gardner, for trying once again. You know, they talk about money and the ARPA funds and everything. Think back a year ago this year, when in the middle of the night of the budget hearing, Commissioner Davis pulled out of his hat a slush fund and divided up $10,000 to each of these commissioners with no oversight. $10,000. That could have gone towards the budget. That could have been used for the people. A couple of commission meetings ago, I asked each one of them to give us an accounting of what they did with the money. I can tell you that Commissioner Stites and Burrows did not use it. The two that are for the people did not use the money. The rest of them, they gave nothing to be accounting for. They don't care. Enough is enough. We must change the players. I urge you to meet us this Saturday, Rosedale Park, under the shelter
1 minute
from
remaining.
2 to 5 p.m. You can contact me personally at 913-605-5570. We can take the power back together. Put our private petty biases aside and get rid of these people who are not caring about you, giving you excuses. Ask them, where is the money they took? What did they do with it? They didn't even want to help the people with the tax sale. What did they do? They don't care about you. It's time we wake up. We must act now. Take them out of office now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Helen Hokinson. Ma'am, unmute and state your name.
I'm Helen Hokinson. I live at 6453 Cernich Road. I also own a home at 419 South 81st Street where my son lives. I moved to Cernich Road in January of 2022. After a year, I, like many, experienced crippling tax increases. I thought I was moving to an affordable neighborhood. And the thought of experiencing that kind of increase again is terrifying. Commissioner Davis, you know, I love you, but you twisted my words. I'm not asking for sidewalks. I'm saying that if I'm going to be taxed out of my home, I may as well go back to where there are things like sidewalks and museums and public libraries that don't have 4 buses sitting unused in the parking lot. Those are our tax dollars. If you're not using it, you're wasting it. So let's repurpose those for something useful. I have not seen a return on my investment from the tax increases that I saw this year. And I would like to suggest that we allow Mr. Johnson, the new city manager, to have an opportunity to figure out how to use the money that's being taken in from the tax increases that we just saw. He's only been here for 6 months. I have a master's degree. I'm working in the profession I'm educated for. And I can't afford to live here if you increase my taxes to the degree that you did last year. Who are you trying to attract to Wyandotte County? I don't want to live. I don't want to move. Like, I love my home. I love KCK. I'm a transplant. I love it here. And I am terrified that I won't be able to stay here.
1 minute remaining.
I'm finished. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is Yekaterina Marenko. Ms. Makarenko?
Okay, do you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead. State your name and go ahead.
My name is Yekaterina Makarenko and I live in Kansas City, Kansas. Talking about BPU, I have a small business on Leavenworth Road, and last year the city was doing great project on Leavenworth Road. It looks much nicer. BPU was doing some work as well to prepare the road for the road work. And on my property, I have a paved parking lot. So BPU had to dig a hole and do their work underground, and then they just patched it with concrete. I contacted them millions of times, left voicemails. No one got a single call back. The engineers told me that BPU is responsible for paving that back into, you know, just to make it look like it was before, but they never did that. So it's, I'm doing it at my own expense to make that look nice, while I'm paying my tax money for them to do their work. The other thing, the mayor was right telling that it's hard to have business here in Wyandotte County. I bought my business in 2010 at that time I was paying $6,000 taxes for my building that is 50+ years old. This year I'm paying $12,000 a year in taxes, so it's like twice as much. And I didn't make twice as much money in 10 years. Like I'm still making about the same amount of money, but I'm paying double in my taxes. And third, I have many friends who work as realtors, and they say that people, when they're looking for houses, they try to stay away from Wyandotte County because of the bills and taxes. And if it's more affordable to live in Johnson County, they will overpay for their properties, but they will save on taxes and utility bills over the time, and they prefer to stay away from this county. And if people are moving out, people don't want to live here, then whoever is left, we will end up paying more and more because the budget needs money. People don't want to live here, and who will pay for it? The taxpayers will pay more and more. So it would be nice to have our city and our county attractive for people
1 minute remaining.
here. Thank you so much. I'm done. Thanks.
Mayor, there are no more hands raised online.
Thank you, clerk, and thank you for everybody that spoke. There is the item, I vetoed the budget. I will now entertain a motion. Commissioner Markley.
Commissioner Markley, motion to override the mayor's veto.
Gave a second. There is a motion and a second to override my veto. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank you all that are here this evening to once again express your views. I want to start by expressing my appreciation to both Commissioners Bynum and Stites, to you, Mayor, Administrator Johnston, and budget staff for the willingness to meet and have discussions regarding the budget. See, collaboration is healthy and it's necessary. It is quite clear that many throughout our community, taxes are too burdensome. Many have appeared before this body emotionally pleading for relief. What I find troubling is this deja vu again. Yet here we are this evening, once again, most likely advancing a budget that ignores their pleas and adds to an already heavily taxed community. Collectively, this body substantially increases property taxes, raises multiple fees, increases the BPU pilot payment to the unified government, and again, utilizes our reserves to balance the budget. This is not sustainable. Not my words, the auditors that audited our process. The public's request, I'm disappointed that we as a body dismissed so easily. But the relief that relieves the fear of people losing their home is fleeting. Heaven forbid that you go without food, without water, without power, without medicine or health care. Heaven forbid you should lose your home. Mayor, colleagues, I have stated all along, we can do better. My years of experience, I bring back home and offer those experiences to not only you, colleagues, but to the community. I want to do my part. I want to see us be effective. It's not insurmountable. It's possible. The people in this room deserve it. It's the very least we can do Let's get our feet off of their necks. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. There is a motion. Before we go there, I'll just close with commission just. No, there's a motion, but just think about things. People are hurting. I've heard it. We've heard it. You've heard me talk and advocate time and time again. They don't expect us in this community to solve all their problems, but they know what a slight change in what we do, that this commission can do better and we can give them the relief that they've been asking for. And it doesn't take a lot. I've done it in my personal finance and my professional finance. It can be done, and it can be done responsibly. To the community, I just want to let you know, there's a motion and a second to override my veto, and they'll probably override it. I mean, that's probably what we expect. But as your mayor, I made a commitment and I'm not done. Stay tuned. I'm going to work to put the power of this community and this unified government back in your hands. It's not over. I know that some people think it's over, but it's not. Stay tuned. You'll hear from me again within the next week. There's other options. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Stites.
No.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum. Aye. Burrows. Townsend. Aye. McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
The vote is 8-2. The motion carries.
Thank you, clerk. That takes us to the next items on the mayor's agenda. I'm sorry. Stand by. I stand corrected. Before I move forward, we do need to take the vote to correct the oversight from the 4% to the 5%. And I believe that I'll entertain a motion for that. And that is for you want to describe that, council?
I apologize. It is simply correcting the sewer service charge to 4% in the budget as it was adopted earlier, and that it should have been brought forth in that amount. So it's just correcting that error.
Okay. The chief counsel brought some clarity. Is there a motion to correct I'm going to call it a mistake that was brought forward with the sewer rate?
Mayor, so moved.
Davis, second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Vote is 10-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. Now that takes us to the next items on the mayor's agenda, which is proclamations. Clerk, if you can just read those in distinct, that would be great.
Proclamation. Now therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim September 2023 as Prostate Cancer Awareness Month in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and urge all citizens to recognize Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. Proclamation. Now therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim September 23rd, 2023 as Holy Family Catholic Church Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and urge all citizens to recognize Holy Family Catholic Church Day. Proclamation. Now therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim September 23, 2023 as Wyandotte Class of 1978 Day, and in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, as a celebration of this milestone 45th class reunion, and commend them for the great contributions they've made in using their education to become productive citizens and representing our city and other parts of the country well. Proclamation. Now therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim September 28th, 2023 as Good Neighbor Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and encourage all citizens to recognize Good Neighbor Day. Proclamation. Now therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim September 30th, 2023 as 105th NAACP Kansas City, Kansas Branch Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and urge all citizens to recognize NAACP Kansas City, Kansas Branch Day.
Thank you, Clerk. That takes us to item number 9 under the mayor's agenda, and I believe that will be facilitated by our chief counsel.
Yes, thank you. The mayor asked me to look at the issue of our community ID because he had concerns. As you know, the commission passed the Safe and Welcoming Act. And then we had to pull some of that back because of state action. But we still have the community identification card, and the ordinance references putting out an RFP to select a nonprofit vendor to administer the ID card. Since then, the Kansas legislature adopted House Bill 2350 concerning human trafficking. And while there are varying interpretations of the statute, and I acknowledge the differing opinions, this law does create concern. And it also creates a lot of vagueness and worry. There's concern that a nonprofit vendor or a friend of someone who drives someone to the application center could become caught up in this law. Therefore, I'm asking for a temporary stay on issuing the RFP in hopes that this law is revised and clarified. And so the RFP just says that there will be a stay until such time as the issues involving this state statute have been settled.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this 2350, correct?
Correct.
2350 is not the ordinance that negated safe and welcoming in the beginning, correct? This is an entirely different law.
Correct. And it was put forth to address human trafficking. However, it is so broad that any action that is taken to help someone who you should know is not documented, and you help them to conceal them, that can be now considered a crime.
All right. Thank you. And it just goes again to show the state taking away our authority as a local board to do local control and be able to do our own affairs. Unfortunately, I'm upset that we have to, because this was something that I, Commissioner Bynum, Commissioner Johnson worked on with community partners to bring forward. We brought forward safe and welcoming. They created a law for us to have to repeal it. And now it seems that they created another law so that we couldn't do our community ID. And that was something that the three of us, the whole commission, the mayor, everyone supported. And all of our hard work is now being taken away. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Markley.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to make sure I'm thinking about the right program, because we had 2 programs come down at the same time. And when I saw this community identification, I was thinking this was the program the police department was doing, but they don't put out an RFP. They do it themselves, right?
That's correct. This is not the.
It's not the police
police
department one.
department.
Okay. I was thinking the wrong one. Thanks.
And again, I understand there are different interpretations of this bill. However, the consequences for our vendor, we are trying to protect our future vendor here.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis.
Thanks, Mayor. I echo what Commissioner Ramirez is saying. This is super unfortunate. I would hope that we would continue to work and find something that is within current state statutes to help vulnerable communities. We have a very, very diverse population that have mixed status families, mixed status communities. I hope we're able to do something. And I know our staff and mayor, I know you brought it forward. I know we're all committed to it. And so this is super unfortunate. But thank you, legal, for this information.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize. So I didn't think of it until Commissioner Markley brought this forward. Does this law also affect PD's ID program?
That is a very good question, and we have started with this one because the requirements are a little bit different, but we will certainly look at that one, and advise the police department accordingly.
Because if I remember correctly, if my memory cannot speak, if my memory is correct, the PD's ID is for those who have already had an ID in the past and have lost it in some way, shape, or form through life, or what has ever happened in life. So I'm hoping that that stipulation holds and that program still can continue.
Yes, and it is with the end goal of helping someone to obtain a state ID. So I do think it is they have different requirements, and it's probably looked at through a different lens because the goal there is to get a state ID.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bynum.
I'm just asking for clarification. We are not taking applications for this program at this time that I know of.
That's correct.
And so the action that we're being asked to take on here is temporarily suspend applications, but we aren't taking applications. So just help me out.
It should, it may be worded incorrectly on the agenda, but section 2 states that the RFP process will commence at such time that the language of the House bill is resolved. Just the satisfaction of the chief counsel. So it's placing a hold on contracting with the program administrator until such time. So the description may be misleading, but it is not to hold off on the applications, it's to hold off on the administration.
Okay, I see that. Thank you.
Okay, I do concur with my colleagues here is that hopefully that there can be a resolution that we can get something in place that can be of value to all our residents that would have benefited from this ID program. I think what was brought to me by in conversations with our legal department is this new law is a severity level 5 felony that has severe penalties if it's violated. It is vague enough that would allow for an interpretation that could come from various individuals from our state government to interpret it in a way that may not be of benefit to those that were deemed to be in violation. And so the recommendation from legal was to take some caution and to let them do a deeper dive. While they're doing that deeper dive, I guess there's been talk at the state level to bring a little more clarity to the purpose and intent of that law. I'm sorry, Commissioner Davis.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a question. So if we haven't released the RFP, which is just administrative, why is it necessary that we pass a resolution? Couldn't we just indefinitely withhold the RFP until we figured out something else?
We could, but the commission in the original ordinance establishes that RFP will be issued. Now, fair enough, the commission did not establish a time frame for that. But I think there's some caution on staff's part to just hold back a delay when the commission has ordered an action to be taken.
Gotcha. Okay, that was kind of my worry with this. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, to answer your question for hopefully that was clear, Commissioner Davis, is that legal wanted to be cautious that this commission had given clear direction on what needed to be done and gave staff, do that resolution ordinance to proceed forward. They wanted to make sure that there was no conflict with the direction given legally from this commission to staff, with the question being raised that they are not following through and carrying out the legal obligation they had from this commission. I'm sorry, Commissioner Davis.
One more question, sorry, y'all. Are we at all right now, if we were to administratively just say, we're not going to do anything until we find out what the state does, are we currently legally liable for anything? Could the state sue us for passing the ordinance as is?
No, I don't believe that that would establish a factual scenario under the criminal statute. Because no action has been taken to assist any particular person who might be undocumented. So I don't believe the mere existence of the ordinance creates a crime.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Stites.
Stites, I make a motion to accept resolution number 9, the community identification program.
I've accepted that motion. Is there a second? There's a second. Clerk roll call.
Roll call, Stites. Davis,
Symbolically, no.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend. Aye. McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson. Commissioner
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye, sorry.
Kane, Markley.
Aye.
Vote is 9-1. The motion carries.
Thank you. Before we head into our next segment, there has been a request to take about a 10-minute break. So people can relieve themselves and just get some fresh air. So we will return at exactly 10:10 on the dot. So thank you. We're in recess.
I got a 7 flight tomorrow. 7 a.m.
Not a problem.
All right, we are back. Thank you for your patience, and we're going to proceed with our full commission meeting. We're going to go now to the planning and zoning consent agenda. Do any members of the commission, the county administrator, or the public wish to set aside any item on the planning and zoning consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, yes. I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay. Clerk, I stand corrected.
We appreciate your ability to, their effort to
All right.
push the
I
meeting
know,
along.
I know. There we go. Clerk, can you read the statement?
Don't upset the clerk.
Good evening. We would like to welcome all present to this meeting of the Unified Government Commission. Member of the commission are Mayor CEO Tyrone Garner, Commissioner Melissa Bynum at Large District 1, Commissioner Tom Burrows at Large District 2, Commissioner Gail Townsend, District 1, Commissioner Brian McKiernan, District 2, Commissioner Christian Ramirez, District 3, Commissioner Harold Johnson, District 4, Commissioner Mike Kane, District 5, Commissioner Angela Markley, District 6, Commissioner Chuck Stikes, District 7, and Commissioner Andrew Davis, District 8. As each petition is called, all persons for or against will be given the opportunity to express their views. If this is the first time that a particular petition has been before the commission has three options. 1, it can approve the recommendation of the planning commission with 6 votes. 2, it can override the planning commission's recommendation, but it would take 8 votes to override. 3, it can return the matter to the planning commission for further consideration together with a statement specifying the reasons for the referral back to the planning commission. The consent agenda is the first part of the planning and zoning agenda. Items on the consent agenda have received a unanimous vote of recommendation by the planning commission. Unless there is a request to set aside an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the public, the Unified Government Commission, or others, then the planning commission's recommendations on all of the items on the consent agenda will be adopted by the Unified Government Commission at one time. I will read the list of agenda items on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the mayor will ask if there are any requests to set aside items from the consent agenda. This is your time to come to the microphone and provide the agenda items to be set aside if you do not agree with the planning commission's recommendation. If you're joining us virtually, this is your time to raise your hand and once acknowledged, provide the agenda item to be set aside. If you contacted the UG clerk's office, that item will be set aside by the UG clerk on your behalf. If an item is set aside, the matter will be discussed and voted on separately. All items not set aside will be approved with the planning commission's recommendation. We appreciate the attendance of those people here this evening, and we recognize the importance of each petition. We would, however, remind you that there are a number of items on the agenda, and we would appreciate your efforts to make your remarks as concise as possible. We ask that anyone with a cell phone, please turn them off or switch to non-audio so you will not disturb the meeting. If joining us virtually or by phone, we ask that you mute your phone when not speaking to avoid background noise so you will not disturb the meeting. Once the petitioners make their presentation, anyone for or against will be allowed the maximum 3 minutes to state their views. As you come to the microphone, please state your name and city for the record if attending in person. This is your time again to raise your hand if you're joining us virtually. When your name is called, please state your name and city for the record. The mayor and commission are required to disclose contacts with proponents or opponents on any item on the planning and zoning agenda. At this time, does any member of the commission wish to disclose any contact with proponents or opponents on any item on the agenda?
Commissioner Bynum.
I've had contact with opponents of non-consent item A1 SP 2023-042.
Thank you, Commissioner Markley.
Thanks, Mayor. I do not have any disclosures, but I think Commissioner McKiernan is on Zoom and needs to be let in just in case he has any.
Thank you. We'll go to Commissioner McKiernan. Did we have Commissioner Grant? Does he have his hand raised?
There he is.
Commissioner McKiernan, if we can't
Fine.
hear you if you're trying to speak.
I should be in there now, and I didn't actually need to say anything just to be let in as a panelist. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Townsend.
Mayor Commissioners, I've had contact with opponents of item ASP 2023-042 on the non-consent agenda. Matt Thomas with Burn Foundation Ministry.
Thank you, Commissioner King.
Thank you, Mayor. I've had contact with a non-consent PR 20223-014. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a question of a application and Gunner may, or Director Hand may be able to answer. So I did receive in my email and through Facebook, personal message of the application of Karina West. Is that application on this week's?
No, it will be at the City Planning Commission next month.
Okay. I was told differently, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Clerk, you want to read the consent agenda?
I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Change of zone application number 1, COZ 2023-019, Yakaterina Makaronko. Change of zone from CP2 Planned General Business District and R1 Single Family District to CP3 Planned Commercial District to continue to operate an auto repair shop as well as open a garage door installation shop at 7511 Leavenworth Road, recommended for approval. Number 2, COZ 2023-022, Alex Elliott with Atlas Land Consulting. Change of zone from CP-0 Planned Non-Retail Business District to CP1 Planned Limited Business District to operate a retail candy store at 2324 Grandview Boulevard, recommended for approval. Item number 3, COZ 2023-023, Alex Elliott with Atlas Land Consulting. Change of zone from R1 Single Family District to AG Agricultural District for agricultural uses, including the keeping of cattle at 3308 North 75th Street, recommended for approval. Special use permit applications. Item 1, SP 2023-017, William Walker Jr. with Walker Real Estate, special use permit for a short-term rental in one of 4-plex units at 15 South 17th Street, number 2, recommended for approval for 1 year. Item 2, SP 2023-040, Christy Pretty, special use permit to keep livestock at 3425 North 87th Street, recommended for approval for 2 years. Item 3, SP 2023-044, Ublester Gonzalez, renewal of a special use permit to operate a car audio installation business at 1315 State Avenue, recommended for approval for 5 years. Item 4, SP 2023-049, Jorge Ramirez, special use permit for a drinking establishment with live entertainment at 4960 State Avenue, recommended for approval for 2 years. Item 5, SP 2023-060, Gunner Hand, Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, special use permit for an event space at Legends Field at 1800 Village West Parkway, recommended for approval indefinite. Master Plan Amendment Application. Item 1, MPL 2023-011, Alex Elliott with Atlas Land Consulting. Master Plan Amendment from Residential Central Area Plan to Community Commercial Central Area Plan at 2324 Grandview Boulevard, recommended for approval. Plan Review Applications. Item 1, PR 2023-019, Andrea Rand with ISG. Preliminary and final plan review for a self-storage facility at 5200 State Avenue, recommended for approval. Miscellaneous ordinances. Item 1, an ordinance rezoning property at 3000 South 74th Street from R1 Single Family District to AG Agricultural District, recommended for approval. Item 2, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 2737 South 53rd Terrace, recommended for approval. Item 3, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 31 South Tremont Street, recommended for approval. Item 4, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a daycare center at 2605 West 39th Avenue, recommended for approval. Item 5, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 4138 Lloyd Street, recommended for approval. Item 6, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 3925 Springfield Street, recommended for approval. Item 7, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 4028 Booth Street, recommended for approval. Item 8, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 4456 Springfield Street, recommended for approval. Item 9, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 2504 West 47th Avenue, recommended for approval. Item 10, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 2822 West 43rd Avenue, recommended for approval. Item 11, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 719 Lion Avenue, recommended for approval. Item 12, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 4206 Mission Road, recommended for approval. Item 13, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a short-term rental at 2924 Eaton Street, recommended for approval. Item 14, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 4016 Springfield Street, recommended for approval. Item 15, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 2602 Essex, recommended for approval. Item 16, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 2602 North 107th Terrace, recommended for approval. Item 17, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit to keep 20 chickens at 9350 Nelson Lane, recommended for approval. This represents all of the items on the consent agenda.
Thank you. Do any members of the commission, the county administrator, or the public, wish to set aside any item on the planning and zoning consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on the planning and zoning consent agenda will be voted on by one vote. Follow. Yep, stand by. No, I'll call you up. Yep, you'll be called up here shortly. Be voted on by one vote following the recommendation of the planning commission. I'll ask if anyone in attendance would like to set aside an item. If so, please come to the podium and state your name for the record.
My business is 1313 State Avenue. This has been going on for a number of years. You're supposed to be, according to the law, from what I understand, you're supposed to have so many parking spots per square foot of your building. I do, and I pay taxes for it very dearly. Well, 1315 and all of the businesses, Luke Cush bought this property years ago. It's designed for two businesses. There's like 7 or 8 businesses in that area. It's cost me thousands of dollars in damage to my property. The car stereo shop that you're wanting to allow at 1315, number of years ago, when I wanted to put a fence around my property to protect it, by the way, I was burglarized last week, lost $20,000 again. 3 times this year I've been burglarized in my parking lot. I had to come here to get a permit to put my fence up 3 times to get a fence up because you couldn't see supposedly around the corner for traffic at a stoplight. Well, now 1315 has trees planted there, and I have literally been hit numerous times. There's been police officers that even complained about those trees because you have to drive out into the street to see if you can get out. That's
Sir.
dangerous. Somebody's going to get hurt.
Do you wish to
Plus-
pull this off the consent agenda?
Pardon me?
Do you wish to pull this from the consent agenda?
I'm sorry.
Do you wish to pull this item from the
Absolutely.
consent?
Because of criminal activity.
Okay, we'll go
Okay.
ahead and pull it and then you'll have a
Should-
chance.
Should I leave now then?
No.
Okay.
just-
I'm sorry. It's been going on for many years.
That was item SP 2023-044.
Okay. Is there anyone else in attendance that would like to have an item set aside? Seeing none, clerk, is anyone joining us virtually who'd like to have an item set aside?
No hands are raised.
Okay. Clerk, we do have one set aside, it appears. Can you read that set aside and yes, before we do that, let's vote on the consent agenda minus that set aside. I'll entertain a motion. I'm sorry, Commissioner Rares has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very quick question. I know in the miscellaneous ordinances, there's a lot of STRs. Just want to clarify, is this due to the blitz that planning did to bring those non-compliant STRs into compliance?
Underhand Director of Planning and Design, partially, yes. I think some of them are in response to the new ordinance in general. So people have been coming around to legalize their uses. But yes, we've had a consistent string and surge in short-term rental applications for SUP applications for short-term rentals. The ones on the consent agenda item. Obviously, we're not unanimous at Planning Commission.
Okay, well, good, thank you. I'm happy that your efforts of your department is working and we have those non-compliant STRs coming into compliance. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kane.
The folks at home can't hear us at all.
You said, I didn't catch you.
The folks at home cannot hear us at all.
Okay.
Audio.
Let's take a short break and we can test that out.
Okay. It could be their provider.
Okay, we'll continue. We're back. So. Clerk, I believe I'm going to ask for a motion on the consent agenda. Commissioner Burrows.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I know we have a few people out of the room, but I was going to make a motion to approve all items, all remaining items as presented. Second.
There is a motion and a second to approve all the items on the consent agenda minus the set aside. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll call Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum. Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend. McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Vote is 10-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. Clerk, can you read the set aside?
Special use permit SP 2023-044, Ublester Gonzalez, renewal of a special use permit to operate a car audio installation business at 1315 State Avenue, recommended for approval for 5 years.
Thank you. I'll ask Mr. Hand to weigh in on this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is a special use permit renewal for audio installation business on State Avenue. This is in the downtown area plan. Staff received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There are multiple notices of violations and active cases on this property, but when staff reviewed all of those violations, none of them are reflective of the many businesses on the parcel. So this business has no established notices of violation. Staff recommends approval with conditions for 5 years.
Thank you. I'll ask the applicant or the representative of this item. If you'd like to present. Clerk, is he online?
I don't find them online.
Okay. I will now open the public hearing and ask the clerk, have you received any direct notification of the public who wish to express their comments in favor of this item?
No comments have been received.
Is there anyone present here today that would like to speak in favor of this item?
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Thank you.
What, stand by, Mr.
I know.
Stand by.
I've been,
Stand by just a second. Is there anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in favor of this item? Doesn't appear so. Clerk, have you received any notification of who would like to express their comments in opposition?
No comments have been received.
Okay. Is there anyone present who would like to speak in opposition? I believe that would be you. So
Okay.
go ahead.
I'm sorry, I don't understand all of this. Okay, my shop is at
You need your
1313
name, sir.
state. There's no, they,
Mr. Vest, if you just state your name and business. address.
Jerry Vest, I have a costume shop. And I've been very active in our city for years, by the way. I'm the elf every year. Anyhow, but I've done a lot of things for our city. I've had to call the police numerous times since he's opened up this so-called stereo shop. I have a gate on my property, so they can't use my property. They have broke my locks so many times, and these locks cost me like $11 a piece. I have bought 10 of them at least since they've moved in. Not only did they quit breaking them, cutting them, now they have busted the gate. They drove a car through it. They use my property because they don't have any parking, and they variance of the alley, they park on the alley, so they have to use my property. There's numerous times I've tried to back out and they've had a car. I've almost hit one of their cars. I've actually tried to come onto my property and they're sitting there talking on the phone. If they've got a business, they need to have their own entrance and exit. And the police department has been there so many times over it. They've hit it, you wouldn't believe it. And there again, that's not fair to me. Also, these trees that I was telling you about, there's going to be a serious accident. One of these days, I hope it's not me. The police have even complained about it. Kahar was there before and he complained about it. And Evans has complained about it. Nothing can be done. I don't have a problem if it's a legitimate car stereo shop. But I've seen activity there that I've got on my phone. If you want to see it, I've showed it to the cops and they go, yeah, how much are we supposed to put up with? It's cost me, I've had to replace, but so many times because the variance of the alley. Why did they make a variance of the alley? When Luke Cush put a fence on my property, it cost me, I had to come here, it cost me $30,000 in attorney bills. I won, but I had to pay the $30,000. Whatever, it's not fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition of this item? Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually like to speak in opposition to this item?
No hands are raised.
I'll now close the public hearing. Clerk, is the petitioner available for closing comments? Seeing none.
No.
Commissioners, do you have any comments or questions? Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. I'm looking at this online. I'm looking at the picture of the shop online, not the map, but the photograph of Google. Thank you.
The top building, the top photo up there?
Yeah, that one. So I'm seeing fencing, but it appears to stop at the building. But is that yours?
I put up
Okay.
that fence.
Okay.
Because they kept, years ago, there was another shop that was a car stereo shop. They would park there to buy drugs. They would go in there and I couldn't even get on my own property. There was so much drug activity from that car stereo shop that they literally parked in the street. And I was getting tired of it because I'd tell them to move and they'd start threatening me. So I'm the one that put up that fence. But the trees that they got, if you tell the photograph,
right,
you cannot drive off my property without getting your cars out there and somebody's going to be hurt.
The trees are causing a sight issue.
Oh, the police have talked about
Or
it.
exiting
Yes.
back out onto State Avenue.
If you go back to that, you'll see that property's mine.
Mhm.
That, well, you can't really see it. Right? I've got a fence up there. You can't see it.
I
a
can
yellow
see it
gate.
better actually on what I'm looking
Okay,
at.
they have cut my lock on my gate and now they've actually drove through it and broke my gate.
The, you referenced police calls to this address.
I've called them so many times, it's unreal.
Do you think others have called the
Why would they? It's
police?
not their property. It's not their fence.
What I'm curious about that we may not know tonight is calls for service to the police department for 1315 State.
Gunner Hand, Director of Planning, resigned. The staff report and staff was able to determine that there were police calls. We were actually, before this evening, unable to determine if it was for this business or other businesses.
Okay.
I would accept the gentleman's statement of
Okay.
fact.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Hand, just a quick question for you. Earlier in your statement about this application, I don't know if I caught your statement regarding criminal activity. You had kind of differentiated who the calls were for, and then you said that they weren't serious or staff didn't believe that the applicant was responsible. Just can you provide clarity on who the police calls were for? And then why staff did not believe that those calls, why staff believed that those calls did not meet a standard of denying this application?
Again, Gunner Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. So what I said earlier was that there were multiple notices of violation on the property. We have some active, open notices of violation that we are still pursuing with the property owner, of which there are multiple businesses. The parcel is a commercial parcel, includes this whole building to the south, as well as this building to the north off state, as well as this area. So there's been multiple cases on this property specific to vacation of the right of way, as well as earlier a change zone and all of variance to vacate this alley in a few years ago, which the constituent noted. All of them relate to kind of sort of the management of the business in the rear yard. And so none of that has been in compliant with any previous conditions of approval or the code of ordinances. So we have a lot of outstanding issues. When we looked at the calls of service, they look related to those car oriented business, but not necessarily car audio installation. So again, I think we accept the member of the public's statement as fact and would recognize that surely some of those police calls obviously now were for this building.
Thank you.
You'd have to, Mr. Fitz, the commissioner would have to call you for the question.
And if I may, just related to the landscaping, that landscaping is on private property. Again, there was a vacation, so it's just not reflecting in this map right now of that public right of way that pulls it up to Mr. Vess's property line. The previous conditions of approval asked this business to follow the commercial design guidelines, including the landscaping requirement, and that's what they did.
Okay, Commissioner Stikes.
Gunner, if you would, so is the building in question 1315 owned by the same person that we have all the issues with?
Correct.
Okay, so he wants to continue to rent that out, I'm sure.
Correct.
So then why are we not holding him accountable? Hold this SUP up until he corrects all of his other issues. I mean, I don't think we reward the guy with allowing him an SUP for 5 years and he continues to have issues that he's not addressing. I mean, that's where I'm at with it. And then secondly, as far as calls for service for the police department, I happen to know a little bit about that. But when you get a call for service, there's a record of it and it shows what address is in question or where the call for service is at. And I mean, I think that it's going to say, hey, it's at the car shop or it's at the flower shop or it's at the donut shop, right? I mean, so it shouldn't be, in my opinion, shouldn't be hard to differentiate the calls for service for this particular business, right? Now, they may just be given that general area on some calls, right? That's going to happen. But I'm sure because Mr. Vest said that he was the complainant on many calls, according to him. So I think that we deny it, make the guy address all the other issues and find out the calls for service. Sure, I'll make that a motion.
We've closed the public comment, Mr. Vance. I apologize. Okay, there is a motion. I'm sorry.
I'll second it.
All right, I got a motion and a second. Any further discussion, Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you. Just clarifying, the motion is to what?
Okay, Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For what reasons? 'Cause when we have a denial, we have to have reasons for denial for the record. Sorry.
Violation, please calls.
Okay, I do have a motion. I do have a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll call, Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Yes, I was going to send this back, but I'm going to go forward with the denial. So aye.
Thank you. Kane. Markley.
Aye.
The vote is 10-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. This takes us to our planning and zoning non-cons.
I just want to say before I leave.
Wait, you're good. You can't, the public comment's been closed, Mr. Vest. Thank you. Mhm. This takes us to our planning and zoning non-consent agenda. Clerk, can you read that in its entirety? A1.
Special use permit A1 SP 2023-042, Matt Thomas with Firm Foundation Ministries, Inc. Special use permit to operate a group dwelling unit at 1723 Quindaro Boulevard, recommended for approval with a 6-2 vote for 2 years.
Mr. Hand, can you open some remarks?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, it's a special use permit for a group home. This location was approved for a special use permit for a transitional housing or a group home and a parking variance in 2011. I say that to just note that this has been previously approved and has been established previously as a use at this location. This is in the Northeast Area Plan. Excuse me. Staff did receive support at the City Planning Commission. There was opposition at the neighborhood meeting that the applicant hosted regarding this use. We found out after the City Planning Commission hearing that some members of the public in opposition had trouble getting into the Zoom meeting at the City Planning Commission. And so we did receive some letters in opposition sort of after staff had received packets. Those were submitted to the city clerk. So there is opposition. There was support at the City Planning Commission. They are currently addressing through this application an existing notice of violation for operating without a special use permit. This applicant also runs another group home in the Northeast area. And once we had a zoning case against that group home, they then realized that they have that this use requires a special use permit. And so at the time we were looking at both, and they are currently applying for both. The other group home, just as a side note, hasn't made it through the Planning Commission quite yet. Staff agrees with Planning Commission's recommendation for 2 years with conditions.
Thank you. I'll ask the applicant and representative to present the application. Clerk, is he online? Please state your name.
Matt Thomas, excuse me, Matt Thomas, Shawnee, Kansas, Board of Commissioners, people. My name is Matt. I'm the Executive Director of Firm Foundation Ministries, and I am one of the pastors of Freedom Initiative churches. We at Firm Foundations, we empower men and women to move from being in prison to empowered. And we do that through the transitional housing program that we have. We do leadership development, both inside of incarceration and outside of incarceration. And so we teach leadership actually down at 1723 Quindaro Boulevard. We have been in business for 10 years through the state. We have transitional housing in Wichita, Topeka, and Kansas City. And I apologize for not getting a special use permit, but as soon as we found out we had to get one, it was like, okay, we're gonna get, like, we need to do both. Since we've started, we've served more than 550 men and women through our housing program and throughout Kansas, and we've been able to help a lot of men reunite with their families, become dads, and become productive in the community and be able to repair relationships with their family. We run a 6 to 12 month faith-based program. We work very closely with the Department of Corrections and even the federal probation system and regular probation and local entities to be able to help these men succeed in life. We had one women's house down in Wichita, but our overflow was so big with men that didn't have a place to live that we kind of turned it back into a men's house down in Wichita. We help support guys as they get full-time employment. We help provide them with reentry support by partnering with Brothers in Blue Reentry and some other local entities to be able to help them be successful. We work with them on weekly planning, weekly classes about things like building healthy relationships, how to handle conflict, dealing with trauma, being able to become emotionally healthy, not only in regular everyday relationships, but at work and other places. We have recovery support through random UAs, breathalyzers. We have accountability. We have clinical therapeutic group meetings for these men twice a month to be able to help them have a outlet to be able to talk about some of the things that got them in trouble in the first place. And really our goal is to help these men become stable and secure and successful in life. What's different about the Quindaro building is we have a leadership development path that goes from inside of incarceration to outside. And so we actually work with men inside of Lansing Correctional Facility to help them be successful and be leaders. These are men that have wanted to either step into ministry or other leadership situations. And so we run these men through a 2-year process to help them become successful. We had the opportunity, I knew Pastor Bailey and Mrs. Bailey that actually ran Love Outreach and the church over there. And it was an amazing opportunity where it came up for sale and we were able to buy it. And really the beautiful thing is we rebuilt the whole and really redid the whole inside of the building. And now we have leadership development that lives upstairs, and we have a church that we planted downstairs. One of my pastors and his wife, Abraham, are here. And the goal is to help these men not only reintegrate back into the community, but to help them be able to be mentors to other kids who just honestly, like my story and like Abe's, have picked up pistols and drugs and are on the way to prison. And we want to try to help them not go to prison by having other people speak into their life. And so that's what's really special about the Quindaro building that we have. And we're really seeking the permit because we believe that we can be a positive presence in the community and really have an opportunity to do something good. Thank you.
Okay. I'll now open the public hearing and ask clerk if there are any notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in favor.
No comments have been received.
Is there anyone present who'd like to speak in favor of this item? Please come forward. State your name and address for record.
Yes, my name is Abraham. I'm actually the pastor of Safe Haven, Empire Safe Haven. That's in question. When it comes to upstairs, the man in the ministry upstairs, as Matt expressed, it's a process for even men to even get up there before even get out of prison. It's like a 2-year process that they actually go through. Whether it be Brothers in Blue, inside of prison with that really have a really extensive process. The other side of that, when they do come out, because I realize that men do have a calling upon their lives, and they do have a purpose, they do have a meaning, and they do want to make a difference, right? A lot of times men spend a lot of time taken from the community. Now they want to get back to the community, right? So this is the platform that we use for our ministry, for my ministry, that I'm really active and really involved with in the end. And so the men that are upstairs, that live upstairs, for a short amount of time they've been up there, we do a food pantry twice a month, the first and third Monday each month. And at our location, I also drive also for different locations, probably about 5-6 times a week. But our location, we feed anywhere from 65 to 80 people out of our it's a food bus. And so what happens is that men, women, and children come up on our bus. They get food item for their household. They will take it home to their household. And so these men upstairs are very part of that. They're essential when it comes to that. And not just that, but we also teamed up with Judge Courtney McKenzie. She at one particular point in time, she was doing the CARE Act when it comes to, just getting information about
1 minute remaining.
when it comes to affordable living, bills, all the things what we've been discussing tonight. And so, we need people out there to help to get this information out. So these guys are essential when it comes to that. So this is way a lot more than what's beyond. So this is really needful for us, for our community, for our church to keep it thriving, keep it going. So I hope it gets your yays.
Is there anyone else?
Hello, good night. My name is Crystal Orr, and I'm co-pastor with Abraham at Safe Haven. The parts that were kind of left out, or he didn't have time to say, is that if we don't have this area for these men that have come out of the system and moved into the rooms upstairs, they will be homeless. They won't have anywhere to go. They won't have anywhere to live. And I really believe that this is an opportunity to give them to be able to establish themselves within the community and then be successful after leaving this area and getting out more into the community and being able to help. And several of the men that are upstairs, they not only help with the food pantry, they also have become really great leaders within our ministry, our ministerial team. And so we would be losing a lot of beneficial people to our church and to our community if we do not allow it to continue on. And so I just wanted to ask that you guys vote to keep it going. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay. Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in favor of this item?
No hands are raised.
Clerk, have you received any notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition?
No comments have been received.
Is there anyone present who'd like to speak in opposition of this item? Clerk, is anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in opposition to this item?
We had a hand raised. I think they're having technical difficulties. Candy Leonard Caldwell. You'll need to unmute.
Yes, good evening. I'm
ahead, state your
Candy Leonard Caldwell. I'm president of Organization for Community Preservation. And first, I would like to correct the special use hearing meeting. It was scheduled for September 11th. And when I went on to get information about the meeting, there was a notice posted saying the meeting had been canceled. Members of the Neighborhood for Community Preservation since September 5th tried to turn in letters of opposition to the transitional living house. As president of Neighborhood for Community Preservation, OCP, if I got a traffic ticket, I couldn't apologize for not paying that traffic ticket. As president of Organization for Community Preservation, I believe that the special use permit should have been followed up front. As president of Organization for Community Preservation and a resident of this community, letters of opposition clearly state safety issues. We don't know what type of offenders are going to be in the transitional living house and who governs the transitional living house. Are they members of the Kansas Homeless Coalition? That's all I have to say at this time. But again, we are clearly in opposition of the transitional house. Steps were not followed up front for the transitional house. I believe in everyone having a second chance in life, but let's follow the correct steps to do that. Again, we're in, even though it's on a boulevard, you're
1 minute
still in a residential area where children are there. You're not directly in 100 feet of proximity of schools, but yes, children walk that area. There are 3 schools within the community. A developer, you think an amenity, we could say we have a transitional living house in our area. Would that be a amenity? Would that attract developers? Could we sell our home if someone would Google and say we're in the proximity of a transitional living home? Thank you this evening.
Clerk, anyone else?
No other hands are raised.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Petitioner, would you like to make some closing comments? No? Okay. Do any members of the commission? You do?
Yes.
Okay.
I totally respect the neighborhoods that we have these houses in, and we try our best to be as neighborly as possible and to not have police involved with anything like I think we've had 2 calls where we had one guy and not at Quindaro that we had to bring the police in because one of our no-go rules is violence or of anything, even getting into a shouting matches is grounds for, hey, this is not the right place for you. And then the only other time was we had police involvement when somebody broke into a string of cars down the street. And when there was an actual shootout over at the 5th Street house where 2 cars were shooting at each other. Besides that, we work really closely, not only with the Department of Corrections, but we have a structure and rules. We have a 12-page application that these men fill out. We have release of information to where we work with their parole officer even ahead of the time they are released from incarceration, and work with the reentry team. So it's not just like willy-nilly, we just let whoever in that wants to come in. We are trying to help these men be successful. And that's not only providing them a safe environment in the house, but that's putting them in an area and teaching them how to be successful. And so we are very cautious with what we do. And I respect what she's trying to say, and I understand where she's coming from, but we are very careful with how we do things. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up to the commissioners. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Thomas. If you don't mind, I'd like to ask you some questions.
Yes.
Come on back. First of all, I applaud your intentions. I guess the concern I have was the method. Is this property at 1723 your first ever property to encourage men who are coming?
No, ma'am, we've been doing this for 10 years. We have 6 houses through the state of Kansas. We have literally worked with over 550 individuals coming out of incarceration to help them be successful. And so this is not the first time doing it at all.
And so that being said, I am concerned. How long were you operating there at 1723 with no special use permit? And having been doing this, you say for 10 years, it seemed like you would know that you would need some, or at least to inquire.
We've never
about.
had to file for a special use permit in any of the areas that we have houses in. This is literally the first time that we've had to do this.
Okay, and what
And-
about the house?
And
on
so
Fifth
we've only
Street?
been doing this for a year with 1723 Quindaro.
Yeah, that gives me concern though, that in 10 years of this, there was not even an inquiry made about it. And the other thing that I would have to ask you about, did you do any investigation of services like yours that are already there in the area?
Yes, so there's the Village Initiative, which is up the street on 27th and Quindaro. I'm very good friends with Elder George and Chanel. Chanel's a great friend of mine. And so we actually work really closely together with our housing program, our leadership development, and their food pantry. And so even one of our employees that lives in 1723 Quindaro goes and volunteers and does administrative work for them up there. So we partner very closely with different organizations in the community. But yet we do it a little bit different because we are more on the faith-based side, the leadership development side. And so we work well in conjunction.
Well, that sounds very much like what Village Initiative does. And for those of you who may not know, Village Initiative has been at the corner of near 27th and Quindaro for at least as long as I've been here, which has been 2013. And they have come to this commission before, and the neighborhood, what I would say, the way that a project like this is supposed to, in terms of coming for the SUPs. And recently, I would say within the last month, they've broken ground on 2 transitional homes. But they have come to the neighborhood to economic development the right way. So it gives me pause that you have not. And you have 2 homes in the Northeast End. Let me ask, what determination is made, or are there any limitations made on who comes into that house at 1723 with regard to their past histories? Do you have persons who may have sexual predator, any type of sexual conviction?
So we do not house sexual predators. We do house men that have to register as a sexual offender, whether it's a solicitation charge or whatever that may be. But that being said, these are not men that are just randomly, we just pick them up. We go through a process. They have completed SOP inside a prison. They work real closely with their parole officers outside. And so these men are vetted. They've been through the process. And honestly, the majority of the men that we work with are coming to Wyandotte County. We provide them supervision and a good place to be, to where they get a good chance at starting a real life.
Okay, but let me go back and thank you for using a broader term, which is what I really want to get at. Do you have persons there? Do you allow persons at 1723 who have a past criminal history of any type of sexual
Yes.
offense?
Yes.
What about the Fifth Street house?
Yes, we do that with all our programs. Well, we try to help everybody involved, to say that you guys, and so here's a good example. So with Village Initiative, they do not house anybody that has an arson charge or any type of sexual offense. And so what that does is that leaves a gaping hole in Wyandotte County and any other county to give somebody a safe, supervised place to live, to where they're not just wandering the streets, or where they end up in a homeless shelter, or they are unsupervised through the community. Like, we have literally found a way to build from the ground up a place for them to be successful, to where even these men that have a sexual charge at some point in life have gotten married, have had children, and are doing wonderfully. And the difference is we're not talking, we don't work with men or women who are predatory in nature. They usually find their way to Larned Correctional Mental Health Facility because they have become civilly committed. We work with men that have a, hey, I had an underage girlfriend. Hey, I shouldn't have done this. Hey, I caused an offense because I was abused as a child, and now I've worked through counseling to help me get to a place to where I'm healthy. And that's the men that we work with.
Well, thank you for your honesty. I have a concern about that because your location is, according to Google, 1 mile from Quindaro Elementary School.
Okay.
And Village Initiative was very receptive to Eco Devo's requirements, the neighborhood's requirements, that they not have anybody with a past history of any type of sexual offense. So I have a real concern about who you may be allowing to inhabit 1723, no matter how good the intentions. With an elementary school that close and Village Initiative, with literally within walking distance of it, I find this to be an oversaturation in that one area of what's going on. It's also 1723 is also in the heart of one of the districts that the unified government has identified for development with requests for qualifications. I'd hope we would hear something about that soon, and we may. But I do not see 1723 by this operation being a business that would likely promote or encourage development that OCP and the neighbors want there, and the constituents want there so bad. I don't see that that promotes that here. And I think we have an oversaturation here. It's unfortunate that the Fifth Street House project was moved back. And I think that's part of the confusion that OCP had in not appearing at the Planning and Zoning Commission. But no, go ahead, you want.
So with all due respect, September 11th, the lady in question was on our call, and she was part of that conversation.
No, I'm talking about the plan.
Oh, the actual planning and zoning. Okay,
Yeah.
so
I
so
saw the notes.
then I apologize for that. What I would say is, what do you consider an oversaturation?
Well,
Do you know how many people are actually releasing to Wyandotte County like each month?
that's not the issue. We're looking at
Well-
who's inhabiting 1723.
Okay, I know, but
Now,
I
this says there's 7 people in
Yes.
there. How often are these people turned over? How long are they allowed to stay? What are they doing during the day?
so they go to work. Our program is 6 to 12 months long. Some stay for 2 years, some stay for the 6 months. And we help them get a job. We help them go to church, get involved in a community, which provides oversight. They are not only being supervised by us, we have a live-in manager who oversees everything. And so not only do we have that, we have a city lead, and then we have a regional director that provides oversight to him. And they go to work, they go to church, they attend pro-social things like classes. We have Wednesday night curriculum. And so they are accounted for all week. We have a curfew that's 10 o'clock during the week, Friday and Saturday. It's midnight, so they can actually go do something. And that's what we do.
And you have been this has been inhabited for how long?
1 year.
For the reasons stated, I have a real concern with this, because it's not what OCP and the rest of the neighborhood looks like. I mean, is in favor of, it is not conducive to economic development. Yes, there are people that come in that need places to start over, but I still maintain that Village Initiative, which is in walking distance from your facility, has done a great job of handling that at least since 2013. And I would not be in favor of this special use permit because of the oversaturation, or to say that the services that you seek to provide are already there.
But they're not. They are
We'll
different.
disagree on that. We'll disagree
Okay.
on that.
I appreciate that.
You are bringing in or servicing people who are coming out of an incarceration situation. That is exactly what Village Initiative does.
So with all due respect, Village Initiative will call us when they need beds because we have this relationship. Pastor Bernard and his wife Trina own a barber shop and the house that is directly next, almost connected to the building. They are all about what we're trying to do. Mr. Wilson that runs the pizza place a block down is all about what we're doing and what we're trying to do. So I hear you and I respect you and I understand what you're saying, but I don't think that accounts for everybody that's around that area. And-
Well, no, you're right. That wouldn't be
and-
everybody. And I do
but-
know Pastor Bernard, but he does not run Village Initiative.
Well, I know, but
And Mr. Wilson has some of the best pizza in the United States. That's not really the issue.
he's part of the community.
Well, I don't doubt that either. But I'm just
Okay.
sharing what my view is.
Okay.
Been in this business 10 years. It did not come to your organization to inquire if even a special use permit was needed. And we have 2 operations within District 1 of this kind of thing. So I
Okay.
applaud the minister and his wife, appreciate that. But I think it's just too much the same thing in one area, and I would to deny the special use permit. James, second.
Okay. Before I entertain those motions, we do have Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have first of all, I do understand the comments of my colleague with regard to the fact that this is something that if you all have been doing this for a while, that it was something that you say that has never been required. I do pause with that. Having said that, I also knew the predecessor that occupied that building, the Baileys, very well. And it seems to me that the type of operation that you're running is almost similar to what they were running. Can you let me know if what are the differences between what you're doing and what Pastor Bailey and his organization was doing before they decided to retire?
Yes, so Pastor Bailey ran more of an emergency type shelter situation upstairs. And they had people that were in horrible situations that needed a spot to sleep off the street. So they would pull them in, they would bunk them in these rooms, and he just loved on them. He fed them and he made sure they were taken care of. And it was a more transient type of environment. We run a long-term program where we work with these men to get them stable and then work with their parole officers to help them transition into life to their own space with their own car, their own everything, to where they are actually in the community being productive. And the other part that's different is downstairs with the church, like our goal is for the leaders upstairs to focus in the church to get trained, continue the training that they started incarcerated. And then we send them out into the communities to do the same thing, to plant more churches, to develop more ministry and to provide hope. And so those are the differences.
A much more long-term process than what
Yes.
the Baileys.
Yes.
I know that there are more opportunities. I know that there are more persons that are in need of services than what our friends at Village Initiative can service. And so I understand why my colleague Commissioner Townsend suggested there's oversaturation. I think the need is there, that's going to be there regardless. and with the increase of the unhoused in our community, this is something that is simply not going to go away. There's been a motion in a second. I'll vote accordingly as it comes to my turn. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. Just had some questions. The building as it's currently zoned without an SUP, what could be done there? You could answer if you want to, but I think maybe Mr. Hand might need to tell us, like, what could happen there without an SUP? Because you already own the building.
Yeah, we own the building. It's zoned residential upstairs and commercial for the church.
So you could continue your church.
But it kind of cuts off part of the reason why we do it. in the first place.
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. The zoning for this property is C3. Mixed use is allowed in C3 districts as noted by the applicant. Other C3 uses are everything that's allowed in C2, C1, which is basically retail and a little bit more intensive uses. For instance, in C3, you could have a contractor's yard.
If you don't have the SUP, the upstairs can still be residential, but just not in this fashion. It could be rented as an apartment, for example. Would that be true?
Correct, yes.
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure we're okay.
We're gonna just take a quick recess. Let's give us about
I'm
5
sorry.
minutes. Yep.
And that's one at 11:20. When you go all this time and you've not. There's water. Let's get a cold water.
Randy. I've never heard that one. I get it. You got me for sure.
Hey. We do. You got Johnson online. That's six. You need seven.
All right, thank you all for your patience. And we are now going to proceed back into discussion. I believe Commissioner Townsend had a question.
Well, more of a comment. Thank you, Mayor. And we had to take a little break and our thoughts and prayers about to Commissioner Martin. He served this commission in the city for a long time, very admirably. So our thoughts and prayers go out to the family. But the comment I wanted to make was spurred on by what Commissioner Johnson said. I knew Reverend Bailey. I supported his mission there, but there is a big difference between services and who's coming there now compared to when Reverend Bailey was there. They were not coming from correctional institutions specifically. They may have were on a hard time, but this is a different situation here. So I don't want that to be lost on anyone. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank
Commissioner-
you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Just real quickly, just a point of clarification. So in our code of ordinances, a group home is any 6 or more unrelated people living in a building. So 5 or less could happen. And we've used Village Initiative quite a bit. So I felt compelled to just say this. Either Village Initiative has 5 or fewer people in their facilities, or they do not operate with an SUP either.
Okay, thank you. I believe there was a motion and a second already. Okay, Commissioner Stites.
Well, so a little bit discombobulated here a little from what happened, but over your 10 years that you've operated at other locations, and I guess you were saying that no need for a special use permit that at your other locations, right? So this was, so you came in here thinking you didn't need one.
No, and
Right?
that was the deal. Like, we came in and we were like, hey, here's a house. We could fix it up. This is a good spot. It's on the bus line, like everything was fine. And then to be, what had happened was somebody made a code violation complaint that we had weights in the backyard. Like this is literally how it started. And it was like, okay, we'll take care of the weights. We moved the weights. And then somebody said, hey, you've got a couch on your front porch because you're not supposed to have that. So I was like, okay, we'll take care of that too. And then we got a sticker on the window that says, hey, you're running a apartment complex and not paying renter's tax or something like, and I was like, but we're not doing any of that. Like we run a faith-based transitional program.
How come, and this is probably for Gunner, but you can hold out if you'd like to. How come both SUPs aren't being ran at the same time? So we can address Fifth Street and Quindera.
SUP follows the property and the owner. So they needed a separate SUP for the 2 different locations. They needed an SUP for each location. Sorry.
Okay. Any calls for service at the?
No, just
calls for service. I mean, as far as police.
So we've had 0 at Quindera. There's never been anything, like no problems, no nothing at all.
Well, and I would say with the continuing increase with homelessness and the burden that the homeless population puts on our services, police, fire, ambulance, or that, getting these folks that you've said are going to ultimately be back out on the street and looking for something to eat and looking for a place to sleep and rest. And you're offering services for people not just be turned out and good luck. Yeah, but here, let's how we help you get better.
Well, and so, and to be brutally honest, like that's my story. You know, I went to prison in 2006. I got out in 2009 in Arizona. And I literally had to go through a transitional house. And then I moved to Wichita from Arizona. And then I got married. I have some beautiful kids. And I raised my daughters that actually got removed out of my custody when I was incarcerated. And so for me, I just want to see that. And we've really seen that. Like I have people that are doing this rather than just like, here, let me give you some food. I wish you the best. And I'm probably going to see you again in 90 days.
What's the process on somebody that is not willing to either participate or they're not abiding by the rules or get out of hand? And
So-
what do you do?
So when it comes to drugs, we have a two-step process. And so if somebody says, if we UA somebody and they're dirty, we say, hey, here's the deal. You have to hit, you're on restriction. You have to hit 2 NAA meetings a week. And you also have to do some extra service around the house. If it happens a second time, and mind you, we talk to the parole officer through this. So it's not just like, here you go. If it happens a second time, then it's hey, we need to find you another place to go because this is not the right environment for you. And so we have a really wonderful relationship with Shelter KC. We have relationships with other places to where we don't just like, you're out on the street, you're on your own. Like we help them go different places. Now here's the deal. Some of them, you know what I mean? Some of them don't take that help and they go their own way. But for our side, for the most part, we want them to be successful, even if that's taking a 30-day break or a 60-day break so they can get their head right and then give them a shot again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Commissioner Johnson, I'm sorry.
Oh, I am so sorry. I didn't lower my hand, but I still stick by my comments that considering the unhoused population that is increasing, there's going to be more need than capacity. And I through my church ministered for over 30 years at Lansing Correctional Facility. So I'm quite familiar with that environment and have a few testimonies of those persons that were successful in terms of their reentry that I have personal attachment to. So it's a hard, long, tedious process. The losses are sometimes greater than the gain sometimes, but I think it's the kind of work that we as a community are going to be faced with. And I like the story of what I'm hearing. I'm glad to see that building is being reused for similar purposes, maybe not the same in terms of length of time of stay. And I certainly can appreciate the comments of the neighborhood association as well. But it just strikes me as a problem that we are going to have to continue to deal with as a community, particularly as an urban community. So with that, again, I'll wait till the time for the votes, and I'll give my vote according to how I feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. Last comments. This is not, in my opinion, a way to deal with the homeless population per se. We have a very specific set of facts here. In my time in commission, this is at least the second time that people see it fit to, in District 1, want to do something like this. One time it was Fairfax. And as I said, while I appreciate what you're trying to do, the character of the neighborhood does not support this. We already have this type of service. Village Initiative is building transitional houses in that neighborhood. And I again have a very serious concern with having people who have had any kind of sexual offense within 1 mile or less of an elementary school. So I thank you for what you're trying to do, but in this situation, I am not supportive of that.
Thank you, Commissioner Bynum.
Mayor, had we had a motion and a second on the item?
Yes.
Okay, just following up on some of what we were talking about before we had to stop. And we were talking about uses for the building and that the church was in compliance. And that the upstairs could potentially be rented for some other use other than what you're doing. Prior to COVID, I had been working with the neighborhood association that's present tonight, along with Groundwork, the Neighborhood Business Revitalization Group, Project Rally, which is a nonprofit, as well as the Youth Build program. And all of those groups had come together to try to accomplish something in this exact area that was quite different, moving definitely in a much different direction than what's being proposed tonight. COVID, when we talk about the ways that COVID impacted our neighborhoods, communities, and the world, this is one of those components, because COVID forever altered that plan, it seems to me. And it was really something that Organization for Community Preservation had really bought into, because we were talking about a model block program, and it was coming off of the heels of, if you will, an excitement for the Northeast Area Master Plan that had been adopted in the year prior to bringing those groups together. Something much different was being envisioned for this area. And it's part of what gives me pause for the work, the project that you're doing. And at the same time, it's really difficult because I really appreciate what you are trying to do and what you are doing in other areas. And it is noble and it is needed. And I understand, I think that you're indicating that the folks coming out of incarceration and potentially into this place are our Wyandotte County.
Yeah, they're Wyandotte.
They're our people.
Yes.
And that makes it really hard to decide. But again, prior to COVID, we were definitely moving with,
I hate to interrupt.
oh, sorry.
We are hitting the 12 o'clock midnight, and we have to have a motion to suspend the rules, to take us out of this part of our meeting and allow for us to go past 12 o'clock to continue.
Mayor, I would make that motion.
Townsend second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second.
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan. He's no longer online. Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Reluctantly, aye.
Kane. Motion carries.
Thank you. You can continue, Commissioner.
I will wrap up my comments. But it is difficult to ponder this use when, again, before COVID, we had 4 groups coming together to envision a future for this area, this exact area along Quindaro Boulevard that was an outgrowth of the community's enthusiasm for the Northeast Area Master Plan process. They had just wholeheartedly participated in. And so that is really all I wanted to say, with much gratitude for the work you are doing.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Clerk, can you repeat that motion for us?
The motion is to deny the application.
Okay, any discussion? Commissioner Townsend?
One last thing, pertinent to what, Commissioner Bynum said. Before COVID, that was the thought. It still continues to be the thought. As I just said or earlier, this section, including that address, is one of 3 that this administration had identified and requests for qualifications to develop that area. So the hope that remains alive. And I appreciate what you're trying to do, but this is not something that I would see compatible with that, or something that would really make developers want to come into that area. Thanks.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Townsend, just a point of clarification. The RFQ did not pre-qualify any lead developers for the 18th and Quindaro site, so
I
we're currently
understand.
not pursuing.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stites?
Mayor, Commissioner McKiernan needs to be let back in. He just texted me.
Thank you. Okay. Can we check to see if he's online, clerk?
We're promoting him. He's available.
Okay. There's a motion and a second to deny this application. Clerk, roll call.
I am going to jump in and remind everyone it does take 8 votes to override planning and zoning.
Roll call Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
No.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
No.
Johnson.
No.
Kane. The vote is 5-4. Motion fails.
Okay. In the interest of time, thank you, sir. In the interest of time, I'm gonna suspend on the majority of the commission request to suspend the rest of the planning and zoning materials. Clerk, when is the next meeting for planning and zoning?
October 26th.
For those watching, okay, you've been there patiently. What's your item? Okay, Commissioner Bynum has a question.
Thank you very much. My question is, I understand that the motion to deny the last item has failed. Does that mean that the item as presented in the packet passes? Or is there some other vote needed? I do not understand the next
I
step of
defer to
that.
legal counsel. It's my understanding that you need to make another motion.
In order to uphold the planning commission's work, right?
Or hold over or
Okay.
send it back to planning commission or.
Yeah, but you can also vote to send back.
Johnson moved to send back.
Burrows second.
Okay. Stand by. I've lost track. Just give me a quick second.
I was asking the last item, the motion to deny failed, which means we have to have some other action now to finalize the work of the Planning and Zoning Commission. And one suggestion was that it could go back to planning And so a motion and second to that effect was made.
We do have a motion from Commissioner Johnson to send the matter back.
Commissioner Town has a question.
What would be the purpose of sending it back?
Commissioner Bynum.
If I were going to agree to that, my purpose would be such that we continue a dialogue with not only the neighborhood group, but any and all other interested parties in the area to see if we can come to some mutual understanding about being able to have the SUP in place for the work they're trying to do. If it were me, that's what I would do.
Commissioner Burrows, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I think in light of what's happened here this evening, sending it back is doing respect to the individuals here this evening. But if I understood Gunner correctly, that they could go ahead and operate as long as they didn't exceed the limit of 5. And at this time, I would assume, I don't know what the population is at the residence now, but if it's 5, there's really no action necessary. They could go back and appear before the planning and zoning to see if they could get the special use permit to expand the realm of business. Is that what I was to understand, Gunner?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. The special use permit for group homes is for non-related individuals in a single dwelling for 6 or more people.
For 6 or more. Thank you for that clarification. So I think by sending it back, if there's a special use permit to exceed the number of 6, it would allow a time for you to, again, appear before the planning and zoning and have the meetings with the neighborhood group. But if you have 6 or less, I believe you could still, under the guidelines, could still operate. So I don't think they're doing the harm that we might think it is by sending it back.
And Mayor, my reason for sending it back also was the fact that I was at first having pause because of the same reasons that Commissioner Townsend had. But after we had further discussion, they were unaware that they had broken any code or anything at that particular time, is the reason why I'd like to send it back and get some of those things addressed properly. And so that's my reason for it as well. So there's 2 or 3 reasons right there.
Okay. We do have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Roll call Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Payne. Motion carries.
Thank you. We're going to allow one more, and I know it's out of order, but I'm going to do this. We've had a lady waiting here all night and it is past 12 midnight. And that is item number A3, SP 2023-057, Betsy Macfield for a special use permit to operate short-term rental at 4436 Cambridge Street. What I will do is I'm going to suspend everything else on planning and zoning. As I noted, clerk, what was that date that we were going to come back for those that may be watching?
October 26th.
So plan on the rest of what we did not cover tonight in planning and zoning to come back on October 26th. We will allow this last item. And so I'll ask staff to make some open remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This is a special use permit for a short-term rental. It is non-owner occupied. There is one non-permitted short-term rental also on this block. If this special use permit was to be approved this evening, staff would follow up with enforcement actions accordingly. This is in the Rosedale area plan. Staff received both support and opposition for this case. There are no notices of violation related to the property. Staff agrees with Planning Commission, recommends approval for 1 year with conditions, maximum 6 people on site and 2 cars off street.
Thank you. I'll ask the petitioner to come forward, present your application. Please state your name and address.
My name is Betsy Maxfield. I live at 1001 West 70th Street in Kansas City, Missouri. This house is owned. This is our only short-term rental. It's owned and operated and managed by my husband and I, so our family. We live about 7 to 10 minutes away, right down the road. We do all the managing, like I said, ourselves. We get along with our neighbors quite well. They all have our phone numbers. We haven't had any complaints. So I'm just here to follow the proper rules and get the short-term permit.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing. Clerk, are there any notifications that you received from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of this item?
No comments have been received.
Is there anyone present who'd like to speak in favor of this item? Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually like to speak in favor of this item?
We do have a hand raised from Jake Hodson.
Recognize him, clerk.
He has lost connection.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Mr. Mayor, my name is Jacob Hodson. I reside at 4448 Francis Street. I am the president of the Spring Valley Neighborhood Association. I notified the Planning Commission that the applicant for special use permit 2023-057 at 4436 Cambridge Street failed to meet the obligations to notify the neighborhood association during their neighborhood meeting. That's in violation.
I'm gonna have to stop you just for a second.
Okay,
Sounds like, so correct me if I'm wrong, that you're in opposition, correct?
I am.
All right, well, we'll get you in a minute.
Okay.
Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in favor of the item?
No hands are raised.
Clerk, have any notifications been received from the public who wishes to express opposition to this item?
No comments received.
Is there anyone present that'd like to speak in opposition to this item? Clerk, you can resume with the gentleman in opposition.
Mr. Hodson, you'll need to unmute, state your name and make your comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Jake Hodson. I reside at 4448 Francis Street. I am the president of the Spring Valley Neighborhood Association. I apologize for not being there tonight. To you and my commissioner or my constituents, the meeting was running very long and I had family matters. I did notify the Planning Commission that the applicant is in violation of section 27-199 of the Development Code, as they did not notify the neighborhood association during their neighborhood meeting. I request that you remand this case back to Planning Commission so the applicant may have a meeting with the neighborhood that includes the neighborhood association. I will work with Director Han and his staff to ensure that this meeting happens very quickly. So please remand special use permit 2023-057 back to Planning Commission, as they did not follow the codes as laid out in the Development Code statutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, is there anyone else?
No other hands are raised.
I'll now close the public hearing. You can make some closing comments, petition.
Yes, I worked with Janet Parker to set up the meeting. I sent her my letter. I sent out to every address that was given to me. I sent it and I also sent the minutes of the meeting into the council, into Janet as well. And it was notarized. I did hold the meeting and I sent it to every address that was given to me by Janet. So I followed every piece of the rules.
Thank you. Any questions from our commissioners? Commissioner Stein?
Can we confirm that?
So the code requires, as the member in opposition noted, does require to reach out to neighborhoods. We did send it to the Rosedale Development Association, but it looks like we did not send it to this specific neighborhood group. That is correct. And that would be staff's error, not the applicant's fault.
Okay, well, I mean, it puts the applicant in a awkward spot for sure, you know. Thinking that they carried out everything properly, doing what they were supposed to do, and now to be penalized. I don't think is fair. But I do think that the neighborhood group should have a voice in this, so I'm kind of torn here. I don't know, I'm not sure.
I have talked to the Rosedale community.
And
I believe that's what I was saying.
and Mr. Hudson was present at the City Planning Commission. But he is correct. If you did want to remand it back to City Planning Commission, it's a 10-day notice to rescind a neighborhood meeting, and we could not get that accomplished, I don't think, by October 9th. So I would recommend that we send it to the November agenda.
Then that other person can come in and get.
So what does that, to the applicant, this mayor, this is questions for the applicant. What does that do to you by putting this off now? It would be 2 months. When you've clearly done it, met everything that you were told that you were supposed to do.
Right. Well, the rule is there can only be one short-term rental per block.
Okay,
So
that's good enough for me. I appreciate it. I make a motion to approve as submitted.
Thank you. We got Commissioner McCarron on.
Yes.
Mr. Hand, you know the questions I'm going to ask you, and I'll just ask them so we can just get it out on the record. This was operating as an unpermitted short-term rental. Is that correct?
Yes.
During the time that it was operating as an unpermitted rental, were there any neighborhood complaints related to this?
No.
Were there any police calls for service at this address?
No.
Were there any code violations at this address?
No.
Other than the one person who has spoken in opposition tonight at City Planning Commission, were there any other people speaking in opposition?
Yes.
How many?
We had 3 members in attendance at the September 11th City Planning Commission in opposition, including
Was
Mr.
there anyone who attended the City Planning Commission in favor?
We did receive a letter of support from a member of the public, but not at the City Planning Commission hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Hand. That's all I need.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Torn, this is my district. Question, so there is another non-compliant STR on the block, correct?
Correct.
So it's kind of races who gets there first.
As Ms. Maxfield has the application in currently, even if you were to remand it, she would still be front in line.
She'd still be front in line.
Mhm.
Okay. And then what happens to the other STR that's on the block?
I mean, we're a bit in new territory on the ordinance, but we would probably wait till a decision was made on this case to follow up with any other enforcement.
What would
They have a
enforce?
notice of violation for the other property has a notice of violation for operating without a short-term rental. So we were basically holding on moving forward with the administrative citation process till we heard what was going on here. Depending on what happens tonight or in the future, as soon as hypothetically this were to get approved, we would go back to that notice of violation, ask them to stop. And if they don't stop, then we would pursue administrative citation process.
And that's all we can do. By statute and ordinance, that's all we can do. Okay, I was curious on what our enforcement actions were. I didn't know if we were allowed to tell them to close up shop, but it seems that the only way we have is citation side. All right.
Most people during the blitz have voluntarily just pulled off of whatever platform they are on and stopped in good faith. We have a couple that we're following up on, of course, but I would say the majority have been understood and stopped service.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bynum.
I apologize for not understanding this. Within this process, we have applicants send the letter out to the certain number of parcels around them by law. But we've added, or in addition to that, we also have a requirement that if there's a registered neighborhood group within the environs, that's also a meeting required. I'm confused.
It's not a meeting required. They're just part of the notice list. So it's everyone within 200 feet and then some, including neighborhood groups. Staff just left out one of the neighborhood groups.
Okay,
Because
but-
again, there's
so
an
what you're
NPR, but
saying,
there are also.
it's not required to go to a neighborhood group meeting, but the neighborhood group leader, I'm assuming, is also informed by letter, like the folks within the 200-foot perimeter.
That is correct. They are one of the additional notices for the neighborhood meeting that the applicant is required to host.
They're noted, and she had the meeting.
She did.
So there is no violation of that particular part of this process.
I suppose it depends on how you interpret it, but I think Mr. Hobson's not incorrect. We should have noticed him and we did not. He was aware of the application, however. He showed up at the planning commission.
Okay, so not to belabor it, what you're saying is that neighborhood group should have been on that list we provided and wasn't.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Sorry for the confusion.
Thank you.
And I apologize for the error.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner McKiernan.
Thank you, Mayor. I second Commissioner Stites' motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Commissioner King.
Well, we're gonna switch gears here a second. Got a text message from Angela. She's doing fine, sitting here and waiting for the doctor to do an EKG. Thank God of that.
All right. Thank you. All right, there is a motion and a second. Clerk roll call.
Roll call. Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows. Townsend. Aye. McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Motion carries.
All right. As I stated earlier, thank you. As I stated, I'm going to end this portion of the planning and zoning agenda. Any items that remain, they will be put on at a later date. That's going to take us to our regular consent agenda. Do any members of the commission or county administrator wish to set aside any item on the regular consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on the regular consent agenda will be voted on by one vote.
Davis moves to approve.
There is a motion. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll call. Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend. McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Motion carries.
Next, we have our standing committee agenda. Item number 1 is an ordinance for BPU relief. This item, adoption of an ordinance and charter ordinance to allow for pilot relief for older adults and individuals with disabilities and allowing different percentages for residential and commercial rates. This item was heard by the Administration and Human Services Standing Committee on September 25th, 2023, chaired by Commissioner Markley. The committee approved the item with unanimous votes. I'm going to ask Commissioner Bynum to make some remarks.
Thank you, Mayor. And we do have Jeff Conway here with legal. But this ordinance change is the culmination of the work that the committee and I worked on. I want to thank BPU board member Rose Mulvaney Henry, and I want to thank Thomas Gordon. I want to thank Dr. Evelyn Hill and all of the staff that spent so much time helping us understand what our options are and bring us to this conclusion. And it was the result of the mayor requesting if I would take on this specific task of trying to find BPU pilot relief, amazingly. And we do consider our work to not be done. We did bring a presentation to you all and the public on May 18th. That did also include some provisions for beginning to step down the pilot rate percentage. But it also included this, which is a combination of changes to the charter to allow for a different rate to be set for commercial and residential. And then also this program that allows for those who are 65 or over, making $37,750 or under, or disabled, to apply for and receive relief from paying the pilot on their BPU bill.
Davis move to approve.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Commissioner Bynum. And I'd just like to thank you, our commissioners, our staff, the folks at BPU that helped. This is one of those items that I can say that I had made a request early on when I became mayor, separating the BPU, the rates, as well as looking at pilot relief. And as a result of this collaborative effort, that something has been realized. And so I just want to say thank you for taking on that. And thank you to everybody that was involved. I believe Commissioner Stites.
District 7, and I'll be quick. How does this apply to Bonner Springs and Edwardsville? I'm sure I've been told.
I can take a stab, but we do have legal. If someone who
Thank you.
lives in Bonner or Edwardsville is a BPU ratepayer and qualifies per the parameters that we've laid out, then they certainly could make application for the relief.
Yeah, so it's countywide.
to
They meet
anyone.
the same criteria as anyone else.
Yes, because it goes to the pilot.
Yeah, Jeff Conway Legal, and I'd point out the language that says it's any bona fide residents of the city and non-residents of the city who are Board of Public Utilities account holders and who occupy the residence.
So wouldn't the language have been, easier to just set any Wyandotte County resident?
I think it is possible to be a resident and not be a ratepayer. So we wanted to pick up the people that you had identified as being not KCK residents, but BPU ratepayers. So that phrase picks up those folks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Commissioner Burrows has a question.
Thank you, Jeff. Following that, does BPU provide service outside of Wyandotte County on a contracted basis? So those residents could also apply as long as they're a BPU customer? If they're an account holder?
Most of those are borderline customers, which are, and so they would be billed through their sort of home service. And it's where the service has requested that BPU serve them because they're maybe in a one-off location that's closer to BPU facilities.
I live in one of those areas. So
Were you asking about Wyandotte County or the city?
if I understood correctly, this is Wyandotte County KCK residents only? Because I thought I heard non-resident And if it's non-resident and you're an account holder with the BPU and you meet one of the criteria for qualification, would you be able to qualify? That's my, oh, okay, thank you. Oh, sorry.
So that's a yes?
Yes.
So, sorry, Mayor. Am I okay? Talk.
That's fine. Is there any way that can be further clarified? If there was a motion made to further clarify to distinctly make that difference that that was about the concern that the two commissioners had?
Is the request to Jeff Conway, legal again, is the request to be residents of the county as opposed to residents of the city?
Any BPU account holder or ratepayer that resides in the boundaries of Wyandotte County.
I suppose.
Correct? Right.
That's a BPU, right?
Yeah, that's
a BPU.
The reason we wrote that way is because the general rule is if it's a KCK resident, then that automatically is a BPU person. But then there are some folks that are outside the city that would be BPU ratepayers. So we want to pick them up too. So that's why we use the phrase non-residents of the city who are ratepayers.
But when you say outside of the city, are you saying outside of the city and county, outside of the county?
I think the intent was just outside of the KCK.
Right, and I think that's where it's getting lost here. If we just say Wyandotte County, a BPU ratepayer that resides in the boundaries of Wyandotte County, that cleans it up.
We can, I'm not even sure if there are a few of those, a handful of people that were outside the county.
With that clarification, we may want to take it back and bring it back to you. Since we're doing this on the fly and it's late and we need to reconcile that with the other rebate program. So that would be a suggestion. Obviously, you can pass it tonight with the amendment if you'd like.
Well, I'm just not sure why we would open this program to somebody that's not a Wyandotte County resident.
Thank you, Commissioner Bynum.
I don't think I ever knew that there was someone who potentially lived in Leavenworth or Johnson County that had BPU electric or water. But you are saying that it is a fact.
There is very small amount and most of those, but not all, I believe, are borderline customers that are served through a borderline agreement with their utility. However, there may be one or two, not one or two, there may be several that outside of the county that take service directly.
As in they get a bill from the BPU.
Yes.
And it contains all of the fees that are levied on our rate paying customers.
It would not include, if it was outside of the county, it would not include stormwater, and if it were outside of the city, it would not include stormwater, trash, wastewater. Those items.
I do
that are
not want,
strictly
I'm sorry.
City items.
I don't want to delay this because staff needs time to put in place the processes and procedures they are going to need to do in order to implement this. And because of that, I would be willing to accept the language change to what Commissioner Stites is saying, a resident of Wyandotte County that is a BPU ratepayer. That would be okay with me. I would, Administrator, I feel like you had some thought that as to why we had that language that way.
Administrator.
To answer Commissioner Bynum's question, we are under the assumption that anybody that, and this is my question to our legal counsel who also serves BPU, is do non-Wyandotte County residents that have BPU service pay the BPU pilot?
If they are billed directly, they would. Yes.
So in the same vein, if it's as it's written, if they pay the pilot, and they're a BPU customer, they would, in my interpretation, would be eligible to participate in our county program. That's the crux of the question on the table.
And the other intent was to try to tie this eligibility for going forward, tie it back to the rebate program over here so that the typical citizen wouldn't be confused. They'd say, well, I was able to get eligibility here, so I should get it over here. And then also tie it to, so it's more aligned with the homestead exemption program on the state side. So we've got some definitions that we're trying to mesh together better.
Well, if we could bring it back by the 12th, then that's just a couple of weeks. But again, I just reiterate that staff really is going to be under the gun to put something together that's workable. Monica, would you say that's true?
Yes, Commissioner, I would
Thank
agree.
you. So I think,
Okay, I'm gonna entertain a motion.
I did make a motion, Mayor. I think folks in call, I'll withdraw my motion unless we just want to send it back or send it to the 12th. Okay, I will withdraw. I'll make a substitute motion and send this item to the full commission meeting on October 12th.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Roll call Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. This takes us to the administrator's agenda. The first item on the administrator's agenda is the approval of delegates to the League of Kansas Municipalities. The proposed delegates are Administrator Johnson, Alan House, and Assistant County Administrator to be determined.
Yes, our commission and mayor, for the annual meeting of the League of Kansas Municipalities. They require from member communities approval from the elected body to have folks serve as the official voting delegates on any policy matters before the coming out of the board of directors before all its membership. And so they're just asking for formal approval for the delegates to this conference.
Thank you. Any members of the commission have any comments or questions? Commissioner Burrows.
Burrows move for approval.
Davis second.
Okay, and just as a note, I'm also I believe a permanent member.
You're a permanent.
As with the league as well. So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Roll call Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. The next item on the administrator's agenda is the approval of a resolution adopting the budget and levying a tax of the Wyandotte County Library Board for 2024. I'll turn this matter over to our County Administrator, David Johnson.
The final taxing district within the county completed their public hearing requirements and vote on a annual budget. And I believe that they passed a budget for revenue neutral. And as required, because this goes into our portfolio of information to be submitted by the state, and we will include that information in our documents along with all the other taxing districts and ours. And Reggie is here for any questions if any of you have them.
Thank you, Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. So I see the resolution and I see the vote. And the question I have is, Reggie, the vote to be revenue neutral for the Piper Edwardsville Turner Library mill levy rate takes it from what to what?
It takes it from 6.129 to 5.449.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
Okay. Do any members of the commission have any further questions? Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mayor. Another question I had is this commission doesn't have, or do they have any real choice in the matter in terms of what that board has already done?
There is an attorney general opinion that says that you do not. That
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Seeing none. Entertain a motion.
I think we have
We
to
have
vote.
to.
You can't make any changes to it, but they force you to, as part of the whole county package of taxing districts.
Move to approve.
It's a motion and a second for approval. Clerk roll call.
Roll call Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane. Vote is 8-1. The motion carries.
That takes us to item number 3. The home field CID assessment. This is approval and orders levying the maximum CID assessments for home field projects. I'll turn this matter over to our council for a presentation.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Kevin Wimpy with Gilmore and Bell. We represent the Unified Government as Bond Counsel. I do have a couple of slides, hopefully queued up on this item. Thank you very much. But to summarize real quickly, and I'll be brief, this really finalizes the Community Improvement District procedure that's been in place or contemplated for several months now, going back to the amended development agreement with the home field developer and several of the proceedings you've seen in the last month or two, and provides the opportunity to seek a bond deal that's secured by the revenues you're putting in place via the CID. And so here on the first slide, just to orient ourselves again, very familiar map by now, I'm sure, but this highlights the areas that comprise the CID. And again, the CID was formed officially 2 weeks ago by ordinance passed by this group. And it also levied the 2% CID sales tax on these parcels. Again, just really brief history. The amended development agreement came before you earlier this year that contemplated this. In exchange, lots of matters taken care of in that amendment, but the key thing is introducing new project components that you see highlighted here, including Atlas 9 and Live Nation and several other items there. Going back to a couple of months ago, the CID petition was submitted by the developer. Public hearing was called by resolution and held 2 weeks ago. And again, that ordinance was passed 2 weeks ago. And so just by means of the CID statute requiring this procedure, now that the CID has been formed, you can go proceed with levying special assessments that were contemplated by the petition. And so that's the reason for the two-step approach on that matter. Last slide here for me. I know it's small print, but I figured we would post the special assessments here because it is a unique approach with the special assessments. So again, the special assessments are based on room nights at the Margaritaville Hotel of $30 a night and $2 per ticket sold at the arena and also at the Atlas 9 Museum. And so you see in the top row, those figures are there, and there's an inflator of 2% annually for the 20-year term expected for the special assessments. So again, this is just reprinting what's been in the petition and CID proceedings to this point. So to wrap up, this again just finalizes the CID procedure, provides the opportunity to seek a bond deal. And with your approval tonight, we continue working with the underwriter, municipal advisor, and the whole finance team to proceed down that path. And of course, no bonds would be issued. We would have to come back to this commission to seek approval to actually issue bonds. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Do any commissioner have any questions, comments? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion. Motion and a second. Any further comments? Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll call Stites, Davis, Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows, Townsend, McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane. Vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Let's just keep Commissioner Markley and her family in our prayers. And then we have no further business tonight. And thank you all for bearing with us. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Earl's motion to adjourn.
So motion and a second. Clerk roll call.
Roll call Stites, Davis, Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Townsend, McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane. Vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. Have a good evening.